What's up, everybody?
Fly so high, I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through.
Oh my god, I think I'm in the chat in like the wrong thing. I think I need to switch. Hey everybody.
Be sure to keep the ground in sight.
What's happening?
Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
What's going on, everybody? How we all doing? There we go. We gotta get the chat up. That's what I'm working on right now. There we go. How are we doing? What's happening? What the heck? These music choices are like weird. Saturday evening vibes, exactly. Yep. Yeah. What's up? Anyways, everybody, it is Saturday. We are live streaming today. We are going to be just watching whatever. We don't really have any specific topics. I mean, I do have some things in mind. Obviously, we talked about what we would watch today. But there's room for mending and doing other things. Watching other things, this, that, and the other. Definitely educational, don't get me wrong. We're definitely going to have some opinions and thoughts tonight. We don't watch no cat videos on these kind of days. Maybe a couple. Anyways, hello Tyler. Hello David. Hello Brent. What's up, Neogenian Cord? What's a first name I can call you, by the way? I forget. Let's have a root beer. Cheers. Nelson or Spectral. Specs. Does that work? Specs. Sure. Specs. Specs with an X. That has a ring to it, honestly. I kind of like that. Specs with an X. Does my hood fit over my headphones? It does. It looks weird. It's like you have to choose one or the other. You can't have like a hood up with headphones. You have to have one or the other. I kind of wish I didn't have to have headphones sometimes, but I've yet to figure out how to configure things to where that could work out. I need a hood with horns? I do. I think there's plenty out there already made. We started to get into TikTok last night, but it was like very last, and I think I was getting like really tired. The AI congressional hearing was funny. Let's see. Funny how I can't see with sunglasses on, even though I feel like it looks cool. So let's see. TikTok. God, there's so much. That was back then, though. Let's see. TikTok. TikTok. Yeah, we really didn't deep dive into that much. I think we're good on the intro music. What do you think? That is a nice option, though. I forget that there's actually, like, a player. I don't have to, like, sit and download stuff. Hey, Lisa, what's going on? Oh, and Laura's here. What's up? We're getting the crew together. That's right. Saturday crew. Here we go. Time to get down. Get up and get down. Get up and get down. God, what did fucking Nancy say? God, it was just like so embarrassing. Like, it was really just like, what the fuck, lady? Like, it was like what she said was so ridiculous. Like, even I felt embarrassed. don't know why my stream settings, like, always cry about bitrate settings. Like, and then I change it, and then it cries about it again. So, like, I don't know what you want from me. If anybody knows anything about stream rates, or bit rates, I mean, let me know. So recently we had this bill going on talking about TikTok, banning TikTok, all that, this, that, and the other, and we kind of like slept off on that last night. I think I was just tired. By the way, I put too many topics on the plate for last night. Like, after, like, I'm just like, what am I doing? And so I did it anyways, and I'm actually pretty proud for like how somewhat well I got through it, but my god. There's so much more.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to the Speaker Emeritus, Ms. Pelosi.
Miss Pelosi. I always say Pelosi. I don't know why. It just sounds better to me in my head. She's such an embarrassing woman.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership.
Maybe it's this shit. Maybe I can just, like, nab the quality down a little bit. That's not too bad. I don't know why my throat's feeling dry already. Yes, the congressional hearing about, TikTok.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to the Speaker Emeritus, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership on this very important issue, and I thank the distinguished chairwoman of the Energy and Commerce Committee and associate myself with her remarks, as well as with Mr. Pallone's. I thank Mr. Christian Morphy and Mr. Gallagher, Chairman Gallagher of the Select Committee on China, for their great leadership, bringing this legislation forward to the Committee of Jurisdiction.
What in the fuck is this outfit back here? Like, what outfit do you need to wear where it just completely absolves your shoulders into your head? With, like, no definition, and the hair. I mean, she looks like she's trying to be a turtle. Am I not turtly enough for the turtle club? Like, straight up. She is turtly enough for the turtle club, I swear to God. Like, this is just, what is that outfit? What is this choice? This is a choice. This is a choice. Fuck me.
Legislative jurisdiction. Mr. Chair, I have a few points to make, and it's interesting to hear this respectful debate. First of all, this is not a ban on TikTok. I'm a grandmother of teenagers. I understand the entertainment value, the educational value, communication value, the business value.
Yo, if you actually have to explain that you understand young kids these days, if you have to have, like, a disclaimer for that, like, it's time for you to retire. Honestly, all these people are too old.
For some business on this. This is not an attempt to ban TikTok. It's an attempt to make TikTok better. Tic-tac-toe. A winner. A winner. And here's what I have to say. The people of China have come forth. The Tibetans have come forth and said...
She really did that. She really did that. And look at this lady's freaking response in the, like, watch this lady in the back, Mrs. fucking Turtle Club back here.
The entertainment value, the educational value, the communication value, the business value for some business on this. This is not an attempt to ban TikTok. It's an attempt to make TikTok better. Tic-tac-toe. A winner. A winner. And here's what I have to say. The people of China...
Like, what is that? Who the fuck says that?
have come forth.
Tic-tac-toe. That is quite possibly the most, like, out of touch with modern shit, like, the way to phrase that you're just so out of touch with, like, kids these days. Like, what the fuck are you doing, lady? All right.
The Tibetans have come forth and said on TikTok in China they are suppressed. They cannot put their message out. Not only that, the Chinese government misrepresents the situation in Tibet. In Hong Kong, well, let me just tell you about Hong Kong. During the Taiwan election, TikToked into Taiwan that the Uyghurs, on whom there is a genocide exercised by the Chinese government, they have told the people in Taiwan that the Uyghurs like that genocide. And they told them that the people of Hong Kong like the destruction of their democracy. They don't frame it that way, but that's their message. And again, suppressing the communication from Tibet. And then just people, yesterday on the steps, we heard from the Taiwan people, we heard from the Tibetans, we heard from the Hong Kong, and we heard from a woman whose husband was arrested because of his communication with somebody with a shared view. So this is controlled by the Chinese Communist government. But forgetting that, if you can, I can't, think of this.
Lady's time has expired.
The Chinese government.
So pretty much the US is doing this because of like some weird Chinese government conspiracy shit, which probably has some foundations of truth. However, the way they do things. Holy shit. Banning TikTok. What else was I going to dive into as a result of this? Oh, this was last year. Funny how the government gets together real fucking fast when it comes to bills, or as far as bills go. Funny how they really, like, expedited this. They just pushed it right through. They're just like, shoom, yep, we're gonna do this shit, but they can't fucking be united on other, like, more fucking important topics. That's something I don't that's amazing to me. I was just like, wow, interesting. It's just so interesting to watch them just almost unanimously function on important quote-unquote issues. However, the quote-unquote important issue for them was Chinese communist TikTok, like, conspiracy shit. Which probably is true in some way. It's just amazing how they fucking prioritize that over so many other important issues that are going on right now. Hello, Angelica. Good to see you. Yes, we have our Saturday crew here. It is Saturday shenanigans. We do what we wilt. Did you know it's St. Patrick's Day tomorrow? And I just really don't understand how Americans, like, came to start celebrating St. Patrick's Day. So I've just been kind of, like, scrolling through St. Patty's Day, like, TikToks, like, what the I don't know, those people. Irish people have a message for Genocide Joe to mark St. Patrick's Day. I must watch for all. Wait, what?
Ancestors and yours.
Wait, what is this? Genocide Joe. We should probably talk about that a little bit.
We are here at the ancient graveyard of Kilwera in County Louth to send a message to you, President Biden, and to honour our ancestors and yours that are buried here. For centuries, Irish people lived in poverty, under occupation and oppression. During the Great Hunger of the 1840s, our British occupiers allowed 1 million Irish people to die of starvation and disease. 1 million were forced to emigrate, like your great-great-grandparents, Owen and Jane Finnegan, who sailed out of Carlingford Lough. Among their children on board was 7-year-old James, your great-grandfather.
Wow, man, they're getting personal with this.
St. Patrick's Day, when millions of Americans celebrate their Irish origins, we want you to hear this message from Ireland. We grew up with the terrible legacy of our ancestors, forced from their homes, dying of hunger on the road. Their bodies were found with grass in their mouths. Because of our history, the Irish people will never forgive those who enable...
It's true. Irish people don't fuck around with this shit. Like, absolutely. No fucking about.
...the oppression, ethnic cleansing and genocide of another people, as you have done in Gaza. In arming, financing and providing political cover for the Israeli regime.
Which he is. It really is true. Genocide Joe's coming about. It's a little interesting how the Democrats are becoming a little bit right-wing lately. I swear to God, when there was that presidential address, like, I was just like, there was a moment where they almost chanted, like, build the wall. Like, it was so fucking weird.
You have betrayed your Irish ancestors as you have betrayed humanity. We stand with the people of Palestine, end the genocide now, and a permanent, lasting ceasefire.
All right, you heard it. I think I was trying to look this up. Like, how did Americans start celebrating St. Patrick's Day?
Hello and welcome to another episode of Finding America. That's Finding America to those of you that speak English. That's not me today, I'm afraid. I've been at it, busy on the drink, because it is indeed St. Patrick's Day. That's not drink, that is Brute Aftershave. Actually, a very old bottle from 2009, but it is green. No, the actual drink I've been drinking is this one. It's Guinness. You all know it. If you're familiar with it, you should be.
I do like Guinness.
A very famous Irish drink that
I
does
should
the
have got
rounds
some
at this
Guinness.
time of year. Another thing, of course, that does the rounds at this time of year, green, just like the bottle, and gloves. And it does the rounds here in America, of course. St. Patrick's Day is wildly popular here as a sort of festivity. And I thought, in the spirit of that celebration, I would take a look at exactly why it is America does celebrate St. Patrick's Day. I recall my first visit to Boston in 2004. It just happened to be St. Patrick's Day at that point in time. And I was sort of blown away by the fact that it happened. I think at that point I was somewhat ignorant to American culture and the history thereof. And so I'm going to rectify that today with the aid of Guinness. This video is not going to end well, is it? So growing up, I've always seen St. Patrick's Day as something like very significant. We do like the leprechaun thing. Like, I remember in early elementary school, like one of my first experiences that was like really impressionable
was, I guess, my teacher, like, before class or before the day started, like, went through and, like, did little, like, fake, like, leprechaun footprints where, like, she'd made these little green footprints everywhere and, like, sprinkled these little, like, bits of confetti and glitter and just, like, led us on this chase of, like, figuring out, like, what the leprechaun did. And apparently it's like, oh no, the leprechaun, like, tipped over your desk and things like that. So it's very interesting. Leprechauns, I remember in grade school there was, like, some time where, like, we were talking about, like, we were fantasizing, like, as kids, like, like, we all had our own, like, spirit guide leprechaun or something for a minute. And then we had to, like, bury their treasure in, like, the lawn of, like, the schoolyard. And then we all got in trouble because we were digging holes in the grass. Like, holes big enough for kids to, like, sprain their ankles in. And we got called into the office and had to explain to the principal that we did it because we were hiding the treasure of our leprechaun friends. And we were young, but we were still old enough to be like, this is gonna sound crazy, and we definitely got in trouble for that shit. So really funny. Cassie was a part of that. If Cassie's here, Cassie knows all about our magical leprechaun friends that we got in trouble for because we dug holes in the ground in the schoolyard big enough for kids to sprain their ankles in, trying to hide, like, special magic notes. I guess it was something like we would dig the holes in the ground, and we thought if we, like, wrote notes and, like, to the leprechauns and put them in the ground, like, asking for wishes and stuff, like, they would grant them. I don't know how the fuck we came up with that shit, but that totally fucking happened. And I think really, like, the reason why I liked St. Patrick's Day so much is because it's, like, close to my birthday. So I'm like, it's another holiday close to my birthday. So that makes March extra fun. My birthday is March 23rd, by the way. Which is... oh, next week. Yeah. So next Saturday is my birthday. Maybe I'll do a birthday stream next Saturday. Next Saturday is my birthday. Straight up on the 23rd. Should I do a birthday stream? I think I will. And we'll have fun. I think I want to play, like, video games or something. Could you imagine video game streaming here? Oh my god. People would be so... the algorithms would be so fucking confused. Like, I'm doing all this commentary stuff and talking about philosophy and lots of Neogenian concepts, and then all of a sudden, gaming! Birthday gaming! Oh my fuck, what is this channel? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know how to categorize, like, what the fuck my channel is about for, like, algorithm's sake. Like, I just do what I wilt. Anyways.
St. Patrick's Day, what is it? Well, it's March 17th, of course, and it was originally conceived, of course, as a sort of celebration of the patron saint, or the main patron saint of Ireland. That would be St. Patrick. He is credited with bringing Christianity to Ireland in about the 5th century, I think, although St. Patrick's Day itself has not existed since then. St. Patrick's Day was turned into an official Christian feast day in the early 17th century, and of course,
Christian,
not only by the Catholic Church, but the Anglican Communion, the Eastern Orthodox Church, and the Lutheran Church. And in its early days, those sort of St. Patrick's Day celebrations, as it were kept very much in-house. They weren't really a public affair like that you would see on the streets to this very day, not only in the United States, as I just said, but
I mean, that
also
makes
England,
sense.
Ireland, and many other countries where those denominations are indeed practiced. Now, I should state that here in the United States, unlike in Northern Ireland and Ireland, St. Patrick's Day is not a public holiday unless you live in Suffolk County, Massachusetts, where it was made a public holiday in the 1940s owing to the Irish immigrant background.
Oh, see, that makes sense. In the 1940s, like, when Irish people immigrated, and there's probably just enough Irish people in that community and in that area where they labeled it as, like, a public holiday, and it probably just grew from there, is what I'm gathering. Oh, my neck. Oh, my neck. My back. Oh, my neck and my back.
Speaking of Irish immigrants, we're going to get onto those here in just a moment because they're absolutely pivotal as to why St. Patrick's Day really took off in this country. But before we do that, let's take a look at precisely how prevalent St. Patrick's Day is in the United States. So in 2018, 149 million people, that's almost half the country, said that they plan to celebrate it in some form, with 83% of those planning to wear green, like yours truly today. In that very same year, close to $6 billion was spent on St. Patrick's Day activities in the US alone. And of course,
seriously,
you have,
that
around
much
the country,
money,
including here in Chicago, the dyeing of certain waterways, and by dyeing I mean that with a Y, not to die of an ailment, but to dye.
Cassie, now you're here. Cassie, I just already went through and explained how when we were in grade school we got in trouble because we believed that we were writing messages to leprechauns or something like that by digging holes in the ground. Lovely times. You missed that. You missed that part. Cassie is one of our lovely moderators and one of my childhood friends. Cassie instantly is like, oh, our leprechauns. Right. Our leprechaun spirit guides or whatever that we thought we were. And I was explaining to chat, like, I'm like, I feel like we were young enough to where that was, like, innocent, but we were also old enough to realize that explaining that to the principal made us sound batshit insane. I don't know why we did that. I don't even know what started that. Like, I don't even fucking know, but it sounds like us. It wasn't just me and Cassie. It was like a group of us, okay? Like... Anyways, back to we're learning about like how Americans started celebrating St. Patty's Day. Dangling jewelry into sewers to lure them in. We did do that? Yeah, okay, I remember. Where the fuck did we even get those ideas? Who the fuck put that in our head? Yeah. I know.
Green, as we saw last year, and you can see this on Instagram today.
Is there any fish in that river? I mean, I'm sure that's probably maybe harmless dye, but still, imagine being a fish and you're just like, wow, everything is green now. Thanks.
And so it's huge. I mean, people go out and celebrate it massively. Here in Chicago, you see green and white buntings all up and down Wrigleyville, right next to the main baseball stadium there of the Cubs. And it's just a wonderful atmosphere. It turns into that very celebratory
Well, I was saying earlier, I think like you and I liked St. Patrick's Day probably because it was so close to our birthdays and it just made March extra fun.
Atmosphere. A few people get drunk.
Cassie's birthday is like March 4th. Like my birthday is the 23rd. Next Saturday. Let's do a birthday stream.
You know, and their complexions later match the clothes that they're wearing. But it's all in good fun for the most part. The same is definitely true in Boston. Like I said, I saw events taking place there in 2004. New York City. Savannah, Georgia goes absolutely mental for St. Patrick's Day. It has one of the largest outdoor activities outside of New York City in the United States for St. Patrick's Day. It goes absolutely crazy. But why? Why are we all doing this? Why has the United States gone crazy for St. Patrick's Day, and how did that begin? Well, it begins with a tale of migrants.
As it usually does in America.
Did you know that in about 1601, as early as 1601, the first, this is believed by historians, or one historian in particular, the first public St. Patrick's Day celebrations happened in that very year in St. Augustine, Florida. This is unbelievable, right? This predates the migration of Irish settlers to the United States, because there was a Spanish settlement in St. Augustine, Spanish residents living there at the time, and they had an Irish vicar who apparently, and this is all documented, organised a party in the city streets to honour the feast day of St. Patricio, or St. Patrick, as we know him in the English-speaking world. And like I said, that was organised by an Irish vicar, but this was an isolated case. It wasn't really connected to the festivities that we enjoy to this very day. They came a little later. In fact, I would say over 100 years later, in the 18th century. Between 1717 and roughly 1775, about 250,000 Irish people moved from Ireland to the United States of America. Now, predominantly, these were Ulster Protestants in those early days.
I was just going to say, there was a huge Protestant movement
in Ireland over to the United States. And those Ulster Protestants, just to set the scene here, were settlers originally to Ireland from England, the Anglicans, and sort of Presbyterians. Presbyterians, by the way, is an anagram of Britney Spears. Look that one up, it's true. From Scotland, and they moved over to there. And, you know, it's often heard that the Scottish portion of those Ulster Protestants that moved over here, they're often referred to in the United States, particularly as...
Yeah.
Scots-Irish. You might also hear the term Scotch-Irish occasionally. So, you know, 250,000 Irish, most of whom are these Ulster Protestants, 4% of them Catholics, but they didn't really intermingle. They sort of moved to different areas of the United States at that time. And that Scots-Irish group, they predominantly moved to the southern part of Appalachia, as you may pronounce it in that region, to this very day. And it's kind of key for a number of reasons that they did that in terms of the kind of things I talk about on this channel. People that live in the Midwest and live in the South, they often hear this pronunciation of the word wash or Washington as warsh and Washington. That's actually traced back by linguists to the Scots-Irish coming over here. They
interesting.
Ways of putting an R into words that didn't actually require it.
Washington.
And that's where they believe it comes from, is those Scotch-Irish settlers.
Interesting.
Way too much of this, and far way less of this when I'm trying to speak. And that group of people also gave rise to a lot of the music that came out of Appalachia as well. So they have that to thank. Just on a side note, never mind St. Patrick's Day. But yes, so you had all these Irish settlers move over, and they didn't just settle in southern Appalachia. They would later move in big numbers to the northeast. There were a lot of sort of projects that were emerging at that time on things like canals and railroads and things of that nature that Irish settlers moved over to perform work on. That was in the early 19th century, the 1800s. So by that point, you already had well over 500,000 Irish people of Irish descent that had moved here to the United States. That was big. But then something even bigger, of course, occurred in the 19th century, the middle of the 19th century, in Ireland that was, tragic, really, to the nation of Ireland. And that was the Irish famine. They estimate that somewhere between 1 million and 1.5 million people actually died during the famine. Some of them not from starvation, some of them, in fact, from disease. But of course, a good number of them, about another 1.5 million, actually left the country for just the United States. I mean, there are other countries that they moved to, but the United States took about 1.5 million Irish people at that time.
They migrated because they had to.
The numbers of Irish settlers in this very country. And so in the present day, or at least as of 2015, Irish
they were essentially driven out.
Group in the United States of America. 33 million people self-reporting Irish ancestry. Now, on those reports, they only get to choose one thing, so they can't choose other ancestry groups. So it could be that there are more people than that, in fact, that have a little bit of Irish ancestry in them. Sometimes I think people like to claim Irish ancestry or ancestry of any other kind that may or may not be true, or maybe just down to 1%, and it's a lot of fun, isn't it? And because it's a lot of fun, I put out a similar poll to my YouTube followers, my Twitter followers, and my Patreon followers to see how many people who follow me think they have Irish ancestry. The numbers were quite warped compared to that survey from 2015 that was more scientific, let's be honest. But here on YouTube, we had almost 6,000 votes from you fine people, and 60% of you said that you were US citizens with Irish ancestry. 35% said that you are US citizens but no Irish ancestry, and 5% of you said that you're not a US citizen. Similarly, over on Twitter, 52% of you, this is from 161 votes, I have fewer Twitter followers than YouTube followers, what can you do? 52% said that you were a US citizen with Irish ancestry, 30% said no Irish ancestry but US citizen, and 18% said not a US citizen. And then on Patreon, 63% of you said that yes, I'm a US citizen with Irish ancestry, and 37% said that there was no Irish ancestry but US citizenship, and none of you.
I did my DNA test, and I'm totally Danish. Like 51%, which is pretty, like, half Danish. And the rest is, like, Germanic, but it's, like, at that time, it's, like, the more northern part, like, which is next to Denmark. So, yeah, I'm fucking Danish as it comes. Which I was really fucking pleased about. Let's see, where was my heritage? What the fuck, and what was my results again? Right. Yep. Oh, wait, no. It was more like 26%. That's still a lot. So Germanic Europe, 30% English. Okay, so I lied. It's not I thought it was 51, no. But 26% Swedish. That's still pretty damn Danish. And Germanic Europe, but you have to realize it's like more in the northern area, which is like up near Sweden and Denmark. So it's all that same area. And England will, I mean, it's going to be money no matter what, because with that kind of like Viking heritage, I mean, the Vikings were everywhere and they unconsensually slept with a lot of people. Which is probably where the 2% Spanish comes from. Oh, you can't even see it because my fucking ass is in the way. There we go. Those are my results. So all of this area here. Congratulations to me. I'm white. Anyways. I have to pee. And then let's figure out what we want to watch next. There's been that whole crazy thing with Joanne Rowling. J.K. Rowling doing that whole trans people weren't actually in the Holocaust stuff, and then there's the big debate of like, were trans people in the Holocaust, this, that, and the other. The connection between transphobia and Nazi fascism is real, and that's one reason why I really wanted to watch through this Jessie Gender video, because it's like, it's really fucking good and informational. However, it's 2 hours and 48 minutes long. Now, when we did the ContraPoints video, that was like just maybe 10 minutes longer, and that took us like forever to watch. So I don't know. I really want to watch it, like desperately want to watch it, but also I'm just like, that really is a big commitment. It is really good though. This one is 33 minutes long. This is also really good, just to break down like what went on with Joanne Rowling and the Nazi thing. And this is by a creator, Kalen Conrad, he's really fucking good. And really fucking intelligent. And also there's a fundraiser going on with this one. So we're definitely going to watch this one. I think maybe we'll watch this one next. Pausing it, giving commentary. And then I would highly encourage you to subscribe to Kalen Conrad. And if you can, participate in the fundraiser on that for sure. Yeah, so let me pee. Let's have a pee break. We'll come back. Okay. I have a snack that's really delicious, but it's so crunchy. And crunching into the microphone is rude. So I'll try not to do that. choking on it. Choking. Okay, friends. David says you should give us homework so then you can skip through videos if we watch them already. It's true, but you know, what I like about oh, here's the donating to support LGBTQ youth right here, by the way. There's 518 raised. If anybody super chats me tonight, I will be taking those and putting them towards this. No, for real. And I will happily show proof of that. But ideally, you should just, like, donate directly to them. So, yeah, giving homework, I like watching it with people, though, like these things, because I like to pause it and then, like, have discussions. And I like, you know, I like it when you all have questions so that we can, like, explore other aspects of, like, the situation, or if we can talk further about, like, specific points or pause and look into things. That's why I like to watch these kind of videos on stream with you. So that's why I say, like, this anti-trans propaganda piece is so fucking good. It's really long, but, you know, we'll probably just go ahead and get into it. Because frankly, there's not, I mean, we're starting to, like, do Saturdays now. I also was kind of fooling around with watching this. But I don't know. And also I was like, oh, maybe I want to watch some, like, cop body cam videos and critique police. But one thing at a time, loves. Let's just get this far. So as you know, J.K. Rowling is very anti-trans, and she just won't shut up on Twitter, and she's been saying some weird-ass shit, and then it sparked this grand debate on Twitter about if trans people are actually in the Holocaust, and if they were, like, is denying that, actually denying Nazi crimes, this, that, and the other, and what's the history, because everybody keeps trying to twist the history, because as we discussed yesterday, if you remember, you can take a fact that is true, and then you can put on top your own narrative over it and twist that fact and make it work for you, right? So that way lies have an element of truth in it, but it's twisted. So let's get into it. All right, chat. Chat, focus.
From decrying the banning of books to denying.
Probably just speed this up a little.
J.K. Rowling just went from decrying the banning of books to denying the Nazis' burning of books. Let's talk about how she sunk so low. If you've heard of Joanne Rowling, it's likely for one of two things: writing the children's series Harry Potter, or being a rabid, foaming-at-the-mouth billionaire who spends her days wandering around her castle ranting about trans people on Twitter. Think Scrooge, but with less empathy or self-awareness. I'm not going to discuss the last half a decade of her vilifying, demonizing, and slandering trans people, because there's plenty of information about that out there. I mentioned quite a lot of that in this video on her podcast,
quite a lot. Like this was already a thing, but like but it was always kind of like a debate. Like, did Joanne say something transphobic, or because it was kind of passive, right? But we all knew what it really meant, but it was passive, so she was able to hide behind that shield. But recently, she just full blown like came mask off, like straight up. Like she doesn't even care anymore.
Trials of J.K. Rowling. So here's what happened. On Wednesday, March 13th, which is yesterday for me, Joanne Rowling posted a tweet with a screenshot that read,
"The Nazis burned books on trans healthcare and research. Why are you so desperate to uphold their ideology around gender?"
To which Joanne responded,
How? How did you type this out and press send without thinking, I should maybe check my source for this? Because it...
Yeah, J.K. Rowling J.K. Rowling likes to say, like, ridiculous shit, and then genuine educated responses will be made to her, but she'll ignore that and she'll just go ahead and like cherry pick the comments that she can respond to that makes her look good. But by doing that, she also shoots herself in the foot. So this is an example of how she takes somebody random but pay attention to the verbiage. The Nazis burned books on trans healthcare and research. Why are you so desperate to uphold their ideology around gender? She's going to take this and twist it. And I don't understand how she feels like she's going to get away with it, but it's not working out very well for her, despite her thinking that it is.
It might have been a fever dream.
This tweet was referencing the significant, undisputed evidence that Nazis burned Magnus Hirschfeld's research on early trans healthcare, or at least it's undisputed by Holocaust historians and scholars. The article in the Holocaust Encyclopedia, produced by the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, gives an impressive account of Hirschfeld's life and career. And I'll be quoting their work as to avoid undue accusations of editorializing. Although it's possible that Nazis, staunch Holocaust denialists, and J.K. Rowling will disagree. I can't speak to any overlap between these three groups, but obviously you're free to come to your own conclusions. Magnus Hirschfeld has a complicated legacy.
During the Weimar Republic, Hirschfeld became especially prominent. The Nazi Party rejected these new ideas about gender and sexuality. While many Germans embraced Hirschfeld's work, others found it scandalous. His work was frequently attacked in the press. Large numbers of Germans were opposed to public discussions of sex and sexuality. They viewed such debates as decadent, overly permissive, and immoral. Many were disturbed by the increased visibility of sex in advertising, film, and other aspects of daily life in the Weimar Republic. For many, Hirschfeld and his institute symbolized what they saw as Weimar's overly sexualized culture. Hirschfeld was also targeted because of his Jewish ancestry and his sexuality. This occurred even though he did not observe cultural Jewish or religious traditions and never made his private life part of his public persona. Hirschfeld even became the victim of violent right-wing assaults during the 1920s. In 1921, he was badly beaten in Munich. A newspaper article celebrated the assault and warned that the next time his skull might be crushed. In 1933, the Nazi regime began to crack down on what they saw as un-German ideas. Hirschfeld and the Institute for Sexual Science were subject to Nazi attacks on a number of fronts. The Nazis hated Hirschfeld for his pacifism, his Jewish ancestry, and his ideas about sex, gender, and sexuality. On May 6, 1933, a Nazi student group marched to the Institute for Sexual Science in Berlin. With members of the SA, they ransacked the institute and looted its library and archives. Days later, the stolen books, artifacts, and clinical files were destroyed in one of several public book burnings organized across Germany. A bust of Hirschfeld was paraded through the streets on a stick.
So that's one anti-trans argument, is that supposedly trans activists are claiming that this was like the first book burning. No, this was one of many first book burnings. Like, nobody is saying it was like the very first one.
Before being thrown onto the bonfire. Within months, Nazi authorities forced the Institute for Sexual Science to close.
Forward, a Jewish press, had this to say yesterday.
The Institute for Sexual Research was a groundbreaking clinic and place of support for trans, queer, and gender nonconforming people. It also housed a library of research on gender-affirming surgery and sexuality more generally. After the raid, the students piled the Institute's entire collection in the street and set fire to the books, destroying research that would not be recreated for decades. The book burning at the Institute for Sexual Research was one of the earliest and largest book burnings during Hitler's reign.
Out of everything in the discourse, no Holocaust historians deny or debate the destruction of Hirschfeld's work by the Nazis.
So this is information coming directly from Holocaust historians. The only people arguing against this are people that critique the Holocaust as something less than it was, if you catch my drift. Brent Richards said, censorship is so much easier today than it was when you had to burn all those books. It's very important for young people to have access to the original books. Yeah. But as the historian said, like, they burned research, medical research, like, that was not able to be recreated till decades after that. So it really set it back. It's like almost burning the Library of Alexandria only for, or Library of Alexander, sorry, for, you know, trans research.
It's not in contention. Throughout the upcoming tweets fired back and forth, the tense two-day debates, nobody denies this happened. Except for Joanne Rowling. Even the Nazis on Elon Musk's Twitter agree it happened. They just think it was, you know, good that it happened because they're Nazis.
The Nazis burned books on trans healthcare and research. Why are you so desperate to uphold their ideology around gender?
How? How did you type this out and press send without thinking, I should maybe check my source for this because it might have been a fever dream?
The extremely, undeniably charitable read of this, and the only one that wouldn't end with Joanne being a Nazi crime denialist, is that she's completely ignorant to LGBTQ plus history.
Oh, of course she is.
Surprise me. She's often incredibly ignorant to
She totally is. She has no clue about LGBTQ history at all. So when it's actually brought up, she accuses people of trans washing history. Like, suddenly you're just magically applying trans people to history. No, we've always been around. And I discussed this briefly yesterday with talking about the invention of the word homosexual, which wasn't around till pretty recently in human history. Because even back in like ancient Greece and ancient Rome, they recognized that happened, that there was like same-sex, you know, sexual intercourse, but they didn't really refer to it as a perversion, as in like it being between the same sex. It was just like, oh, we just categorize this as like people who are just really like sex. Like, so it wasn't really come out till later in history that they really defined it as something as like homosexual, and then later on somebody came and defined that as like a mental disorder. That was backtracked later. So I mean, like, there's already history of like trying to snuff out any kind of queers in history. Like, totally, queer history has always been tried to be snuffed out. And they do the same thing to women in history, too. There's many wonderful women in history that you don't really hear about or learn about because it was retold.
LGBTQ plus issues, despite speaking for and over the community frequently and with as much disdain for us as possible. I don't owe her that charity, but I won't say one way or another what goes on in her head. The only thing I know for sure is that at every turn, she seems willing to say or do anything she can to prevent anyone from having sympathy for trans people. If it was an error on her part, the ethical, reasonable thing to do would be to say, I was incorrect. I was not aware of the Nazi raids on Hirschfeld's Institute, which I condemn and apologize for referring to as possibly being a fever dream. But she didn't, and I believe that was for a very specific reason. To admit that the Nazis condemned and attacked an institution that served to help trans people and performed gender confirmation surgery, she'd be admitting that her and the Nazis are aligned ideologically, at least on this one point. Rowling frequently attacks institutions that do just that, even going as far as to call for those doctors to be put on trial and sent to prison despite not having broken any laws. Twitter...
Yeah, she really does do that. She calls for any doctors, like, treating, like, gender issues, like saying that they should be arrested and criminalized. Like, she really is a hardcore hater of trans people. She hates everything about it. And she also claims that she's not transphobic in the sense that she's afraid of it, but it's like, yeah, you are. That's kind of like a weird way to, like, that's a weird cop-out, I think, to try to say you're not afraid, because ultimately it is based in fear. You're afraid that trans people are going to take over. I mean, so yeah, you are afraid in a way, whether or not you like to address that. Hey, what's up, Nick?
There's a strange place. One minute, they're talking about how bringing chili to your neighbor is classist, and the next, George Takei is replying to J.K. Rowling's denial of Nazi crimes. I wish I knew how to log off. I don't know how to log off. George said, quite simply,
"This is, in fact, true."
And in response to this, the man that Joanne would come to use as a source for her denials, Malcolm Clark of the anti-trans lobby group, the LGB Alliance, waded in Rowling's defense, of course. Throughout all of this, Malcolm refuses to acknowledge that Joanne was incorrect, likely due to his fear of her terrifying, vindictive responses and day-long rage sessions on Twitter where she targets individuals, leading to intense dog piles and harassment from her sycophants. Instead of addressing the actual, verifiable claim being made, the Nazis burned books on trans healthcare and research, he replies with an attack on Hirschfeld himself. That's right, he thought, I know how to prove that we're not aligned with Nazis. Attack the guy the Nazis attacked. This was the most reasonable defense of Joanne he could come up with at the time. There's this myth that people only use 10% of their brain, but that's not true. I contend that gender-critical people use none. Like,
they really don't.
Matilda. Seriously, a gender-critical woman who denied that the books were burned asked for the ISBN numbers of the books. The ISBN. A system introduced 40 years later. Okay, sorry.
Trying to look for the ISBN, like the registry of, like, a book that said that, but that system wasn't invented till much later. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Back to George. He replied to Rowling with,
"This is, in fact, true."
To which Malcolm replied with this.
Hirschfeld, though Jewish and gay, was pro-eugenics, argued homosexuals should not reproduce, recommended gays for the stagnant cure involving castration, and tried to locate sperm cells in lesbians. His institute had a deeply racist and misogynist ethnology department. He was a quack.
Now, I'd like to clarify and to draw attention to the fact that Malcolm actually doesn't dispute outright that the Nazi crime took place, as Joanne did. And nothing Hirschfeld is accused of by Malcolm would make Joanne's tweet any less of a denial of a Nazi crime. But let's actually examine his claims anyways, because Joanne used them as a shield against criticism, linking back to this thread on Twitter that he posted.
Thread on the persistent claims about trans people and the Nazis.
The thread relies heavily on a recent book called Racism and the Making of Gay Rights in some of his claims. Today, Malcolm sent this tweet to me.
If you were able to give me a single example from my thread of an error, you do it. You don't because you can't. Instead, you rant, indulge in bizarre hyperbole, and resort to projection. You are almost a test case in LGBTQ+ activism's infertile inability to debate.
Infantile.
Toddle off.
Okay, Grandpa, let's get into it. But can you stop tensing your muscles to look more manly for the camera and maybe put a shirt on first?
In a book last year, Lori Mayer Hoover revealed Hirschfeld argued homosexuality was nature's way to prevent bad genes being passed on. Gays must not procreate, he said. Unwittingly, Hirschfeld gave credence to the Nazi conviction that gays were a threat to racial purity.
Neither my researcher/fact checker nor I could find a source for this claim through a detailed search of this book. The word genes did not appear in any of the text referring to gay people. Gays must not procreate as a phrase does not appear in the book at all. In fact, the word procreate does not appear in the book at all. It's of course, possible that it is said in other ways, but definitely not in the way Malcolm represented it here.
Right. Yeah, like those words weren't even included in the book that this guy is referencing, where he's like bashing Hirschfeld. Perhaps it may have alluded to that, but he's still if there was an allusion to that, he's taking it and making it work for his own narrative, which is the anti-trans narrative. The reason we're watching this shit, because I want you to be aware of how tricky and convoluted the anti-trans narrative is, and where it actually leads to if you walk down the roads and you look down the pipeline and see where the pipeline ends. Because ultimately J.K. Rowling is flying down the fascist pipeline with the methods that the Nazi ideology used and that the rhetoric used to convince women to go that route. And not just that, I read on Twitter, and I think maybe I saved the post, but somebody said that it's not just that she's flying down the pipeline, she is the pipeline that other people are flying down through. She's very good at capitalizing on the fear-mongering of trans women, supposedly just cosplaying as and mocking, like, quote-unquote real women. You know, she's making other women afraid of that. She's fear-mongering. She's being like, these are scary monsters that are going to get you, and we have to stop them at all costs. And look, they're trying to trans our children, and this is like, we got to stop this. And this is something that you really have to take a look at with reason. And I know I spend a lot of time on these subjects, but it's important. It's really important because a very small percentage of the human population is being targeted and used for fear-mongering. And I think trans people are being used as a boogeyman by right-wing conservatives. Hey, Liz.
At the very least, Malcolm is being incredibly loose and sloppy with his phrasing. I'll have to wait for Malcolm's sources on these claims because he doesn't actually provide them in the thread, the one Joanne linked to. The book does say this, however, about Hirschfeld.
Magnus Hirschfeld was a sexologist, a scientist of human sexuality. He was also the world's best-known, most committed defender of homosexuals.
Hirschfeld was one of the first to propose scientifically that being gay was a matter of biology.
And he helped found the Scientific Humanitarian Committee, partially in outrage response to the trial of Oscar Wilde 2 years earlier in England on 25 charges of gross indecency related to his homosexual relationships. Is now thought to be the first ever advocacy group for LGBTQ rights.
Hirschfeld was gay himself, having had a relationship with his protege, Li Shutong, who, it must be noted, was 40 years younger than Hirschfeld. Hirschfeld believed that there were 43,046,721 different types of human sexuality. I don't know how he counted that.
Love is as varied as people are,
he once said.
I mean, if he comes up with a number like that, and he says things like love is as varied as people are, his philosophy is probably like, there literally is no set categories of sexuality. Everybody has their own unique individual sexuality. Like, if you take the time to look at it, which honestly is true, because everybody has their own different aspect of sexuality. Why wouldn't there be as much sexualities as there are people in the world? Makes sense to me. Not to traditional thinking sort of Western culture.
Interview with Myra Hoover in Extra reveals what the actual author thought of Hirschfeld himself, going to great lengths to criticize Hirschfeld's racism, of which there is plenty of evidence for. Hirschfeld was by all accounts a mild supporter of eugenics. For more on this, you can watch Drop the Tea, a documentary on this channel that I created with Sarah from The Leftist Cooks. In the interview with Extra, the author says,
with Hirschfeld, when I started out, I didn't have a good sense of who he was as a person. I think by the end of it, I did. I felt like he was a well-rounded person, and I could see many sides of him and still admire things about him. But I wouldn't need to meet him in the afterlife or anything.
According to the author, Hirschfeld was specifically racist against black people. Hirschfeld called himself an anti-racist, but that term meant something different back then. There is ample evidence that he was racist, but was against scientific racism. Hirschfeld criticized some parts of eugenics theory while supporting others. He did argue in favor of sterilizing.
Man, if you look into your favorite philosophers, you can find some ugly things about them. I'll tell you what, none of them are perfect, but you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You know, you can't just, like, completely say, oh, let's not listen to this person at all. People have had good ideas in the past. Which... Was it Jung? Or was it Nietzsche? One of them, I think, like, had some really bad ideas about black people, and probably both in some way. I think, was it Nietzsche? Who had some great ideas, and some bad ones, but that's like anybody. Yeah, of course, because, I mean, Nietzsche, like, a lot of his philosophy was applied into, like, some, not a lot, but, like, you could apply it to propping up the Aryan race, things like that. I mean, the Übermensch, the Nazis definitely took on that philosophy. He had some great criticisms about religion and things like that. Or was it... There was that? No. Yeah, Hegel. Hegel's great. Look, he had some fantastic ideas. But his ideas about black and indigenous people... Not so fucking much. Yeah. Hegel certainly was an explicit racist. He believed, for example, that black Africans were a race of children that remained immersed in a state of naivety. He further wrote that indigenous people lived in a condition of savagery and unfreedom. He argued that there is a right of heroes to colonize these people in order to bring them to a progressive European enlightenment. So, I mean, like I said, he had some fucking fabulous ideas about reality. His ideas in that sense, we can just not listen to those because they're not good, right? So we have to be critical of people in the past. Just because they have done some good work doesn't mean they're completely perfect. But we've talked about this before. I think it was like Plato who was like totally into the wandering womb of women. So I mean, he was even sexist in some ways. But that's just, you know, people aren't perfect. Sorry, people are not morally perfect, no matter how much you strive to be morally perfect. What the fuck is moral perfectionism? But, anyways. Backtrack that.
Specifically racist against black people. Hirschfeld called himself an anti-racist, but that term meant something different back then. There is ample evidence that he was racist, but was against scientific racism. Hirschfeld criticized some parts of eugenics theory while supporting others. He did argue in favor of sterilizing the feeble-minded, as Malcolm Clark claims, but there's no indication that he included gay people in that category. His history is also complicated. According to the Washington Post, he joined the feminist organization League for the Protection of Mothers and campaigned for the decriminalization of abortion and an end to the rules that impose celibacy and non-maternity on female teachers and civil servants. But he also believed that women were inferior to men. Suffice it to say, he had some problematic ideas. Clark claimed that Hirschfeld's research was obsessed with sperm. And if he was, it was not in the way Clark implies. Hirschfeld suggested examining lesbians' vaginal secretions for sperm and the urine of gay men for menstrual blood. This appears to have happened because Hirschfeld failed to distinguish between gays and lesbians and transsexuals of the day, something that goes against Malcolm's claims that gay people and trans people were not in any way conflated by the Nazis. All indications are that Hirschfeld did not advocate for sterilizing gay people and worked extensively to overturn the Weimar Republic's paragraph 175 criminalizing homosexuality. It seems that the intention of this thread is to do one thing: to link Hirschfeld's research to modern-day gender-critical arguments that transition care is designed to sterilize cisgender gay people. That is the overall implication of this thread.
It's true. Gender critical and transphobic people today equate trans care for children as like sterilizing them. Just as the Nazis thought Hirschfeld research was doing back then, which wasn't. Perhaps there was some elements of that in there, but that wasn't the overall goal of Hirschfeld. Hirschfeld wasn't trying to sterilize people.
And it's something Joanne has claimed as well.
Perhaps your time would be better spent thinking up some reasons you cheered on the sterilization of gay and artistic kids. One of your co-religionists is probably working on a slogan right now. We all look forward to seeing it.
In his thread, Malcolm also goes on to talk about Hirschfeld's colleague, Erwin Gorbrandt, who invented the modern vaginoplasty procedure that forms the basis for how the procedure is still performed today. Clark claims that Gorbrandt led the Nazi sterilization effort, but we found no evidence that he was ever involved in sterilizations. I will carefully add that this does not mean he was not involved at all, just that there's no evidence anywhere in Malcolm's thread, or on the internet that I could find. All mentions of Gorbrandt leading Nazi efforts at sterilization originate with Clark's tweets over the years. He does not appear in an academic list of Nazi doctor war criminals that includes many that ran the Nazi sterilization.
Yeah, trying to say that one of the guys involved in the study of trans people and gay and lesbian people, that he went on to do like sterilization stuff for Nazis, but he's not listed as like a Nazi like war crime doctor or anything like that. It's like you can't really find much on that. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but it's like we can't really find that. Like, where's the source of that
regime? It was Heinrich Himmler who oversaw the Nazi sterilization program, and Dr. Philipp Buhler was the early leader. Gorbrandt's horrific experimentations at Dachau did not involve sterilization. Instead, they were on hypothermia, as Clark himself says.
Oh, okay.
But this, too, is a contradiction in Clark's argument. If he supposedly led the Nazi sterilization effort, why was he researching hypothermia during the war? So that's Rowling's defense. That this man, who definitely researched trans medicine and absolutely had that research burned, had some really bad opinions. But so does she. And if all of her books were burned, her opinions wouldn't change that fact. Shortly after Joanne's initial tweet took off, Alejandra, username at @square_ on Twitter, replied,
"You're engaging in a Holocaust denial, Joanne,"
with several sources. In response, Rowling attempted to not only move the goalposts, but relocate them to an entirely different stadium.
Neither of your articles support the contention that trans people were the first victims of the Nazis, or that all research on trans healthcare was burned in 1930s Germany. You are engaging in lying, Alejandra.
Now, if we look at the original tweet Rowling claimed was possibly a fever dream, there's no mention of trans people being the first victims of the Nazis. This is a straw man, also a Mott and Bailey fallacy, which is something Alejandra quickly points out.
"I know reading is hard, but where did anyone say they were the first victims or that they burned all books? The facts are that trans people were targeted and the Hirschfeld Sex Institute was sacked by the Nazis and its contents burned on May 6th, 1933.
To which Joanne, the uber anti-Matilda, replies with a screenshot from a completely different account made after Joanne's original tweet.
You not knowing that trans people were the Nazis' first targets does not make telling you about it a fever dream. We lost basically all research on trans health because the Nazis burnt it all down.
Okay, again, here's J.K. Rowling ignoring perfectly, logical responses and challenges of what she's saying, and she goes through Twitter, of all places, and cherry picks a comment from some random person that works to her narrative and takes that and says, oh, all of you are saying this. This person speaks on behalf of you, which is just, such small person thinking. How can you be so, how can you have such a lack of depth about you in the way you think, psychologically about other people?
Now, it seems that this tweet is referring, again, specifically to the book burnings being discussed, as the campaign of Nazi book burnings pretty much began with the attack on Hirschfeld's Institute, and Dora Richter, the first transgender woman known to have undergone sex reassignment surgery, which was done by doctors at the Institute, may have been killed during the attack.
In May 1933, some 4 months after Hitler came to power, a mob made up of right-wing students and possibly SS stormed to the Institute. They seized all Magnus Hirschfeld's records and ransacked the buildings. Hirschfeld had already fled the Nazi terror and was living in France. But Dora was still there and was never heard from again. It is presumed she was killed in the attack, although it is possible she was arrested and died in custody.
They're talking about a trans woman that was involved in that sex institute. After Hirschfeld left and fled the Nazi terror and was living in France, the trans woman Dora was still there. And they don't know what happened to her, so they presumed she was killed in the attack. But they're like, she possibly was arrested, but they don't know what happened to her.
It's not known just how many people were murdered after the Institute's records fell into the hands of the Gestapo and the police.
So yes, claiming that the Nazis first targeted trans people in the series of book burnings, pretty much true. But regardless, that has nothing to do with Joanne's original assertion she continually tries to distract us from, that these book burnings, and possibly the death of Dora Richter, never happened. The pivot in claims may have come from tweets in Rowling's mentions about a recent libel-related court case in Germany over an academic accused of denying Nazi crimes by denying that Nazis targeted trans people. Malcolm Clark pointed to court documents from an appeals court decision translated into English that appear to say that trans people were not the primary or first victims of the Nazis, though again, this has no relation to the initial claim and isn't a widely held view among trans people or academic. Malcolm, of course, found his way into my refutations of Rowling's attempts to pivot and use his thread as a source, but when asked directly multiple times if Rowling was incorrect about the book burnings, he failed to respond over and over, but eventually gave in and claimed that what was a fever dream was
the claim that criticizing Hirschfeld is somehow to uphold Nazi ideology around gender.
Of course, this is patently ridiculous. The original tweet Rowling quoted didn't mention Hirschfeld at all. No criticism of Hirschfeld was made or discussed. And how would she be asking for a source on someone's opinion on what it means to criticize Hirschfeld? It was a weak attempt at deflection, one that even he didn't try and defend again. And also, that was not something Rowling herself ever claimed. If there's one thing Malcolm Clark loves, it's sourceless claims and amateur obfuscation. Much of the discourse eventually led to one contentious debate. Did the Nazis target trans people at all? Joanne seems to think they didn't.
Please do that. I am very fed up being accused of the same thing. Just because I have the temerity to state that a thing didn't happen, i.e. the suggestion that trans people were targeted for extermination based on Irene trans did not happen. I know the facts and reality are an alien concept to this particular faction, but at some point, enough has to be enough. The truth does matter.
There's no tragedy where they didn't suffer more than anyone else. No issue in which they don't center themselves.
This is what Joanne thinks about trans people. She thinks that we center everything's about ourselves and that we say that we suffered more than everybody else in the world and this and that. And it's always like, poor me, poor me. But it's like, no, we're recognizing something that's very problematic here. And it's problematic language that leads to physical action. And that's what a lot of these anti-trans people don't understand when they do things like misgender, dead name, this, that, and the other. They think it's not harmful. So when trans people turn around and say, hey, that's pretty violent, they say, well, I'm not physically touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Like, I'm not touching you. So what's your problem? Just grow some thick skin. Like, what's your deal? Not everybody's going to accept you. But it's the normalization of that kind of language where you get used to dehumanizing trans people. And when you're used to not thinking of them as people, you don't feel any remorse or issue with physical harm. Okay, that's where it leads to. And that's something that has been studied time and time again throughout history. It's a thing. That's why there's the concern about that. So when trans people come out and say, hey, that's fucking dangerous to say, the anti-trans people are just like, no, I'm not hurting you technically. It's like, well, it's going to get there if you keep at it, okay?
Language, history, and other people's oppression all must be reconfigured around them.
Much of the argument here is that trans people may have been targeted, but only if they were gay or Jewish as well, and never actually due to being trans. This is untrue. In response to this claim circulating and being circulated by Joanne to her approximately 14.88 million followers, Eli Ehrlich created a website that explains exactly this. Much of what I'm referencing came from this site. So, did the Nazis specifically target trans people? According to literally Auschwitz.org, the site run by the Auschwitz Museum and Memorial.
Until 1933, Rome's brownshirts attacked gay bars throughout the country. Many were closed down and the rest forced to operate illegally. At a meeting of municipal administration officials in Hamburg on November 13th, 1933, for instance, the chief of police was ordered to pay particular attention to transvestites and send them to concentration camps.
The U.S. Holocaust Memorial and Museum had this to say.
By the 1920s, large German cities like Berlin and Hamburg became known for their open, tolerant atmosphere and nightlife. Dozens of different bars and nightclubs welcomed a wide range of different groups, including gay men, lesbian women, and transgender people, who were often referred to at the time as transvestites. An advertisement for Violetta Ladies Club shows how these clubs helped form a shared sense of group identity among these communities.
Remember the case I mentioned earlier? It was the academic accused of denying Nazi war crimes by denying that the Nazis targeted trans people. This is from the written testimony of Lori from that case, which details that this topic isn't as black and white as gender-critical anti-trans activists like Joanne and Malcolm would have you believe.
The first scholarly publications on transgender people under National Socialism argued that they were not persecuted. To be more specific, one foundational essay argued that they were not persecuted, and another argued that some trans women were, but only insofar as officials mistakenly believed them to be cisgender gay men. This, however, is not accurate. Newer research shows a more complex and more violent.
See, again, by actual experts on this situation are saying, it is becoming more discovered that at the time, the Nazis would just label trans women as simply confused gay men. So it was recorded in history that all they persecuted was gay men. When any historian can look at that and put together, like, wait a minute, there's something going on here. Something's being erased. Something's not factually correct. It's not speculation. It's obvious. It's fucking obvious.
Situation.
The newer scholarship also makes the case that racial status and other factors mattered when trans people ran into trouble with the Nazi state. Trans people were at risk. The risk they ran varied according to other things in their lives. Not all trans people suffered violence, yet there is a pattern of state hostility and police harassment of trans people, particularly trans women. In some cases, it ended in murder. Often, when one sees the term persecution in the context of the Nazi state, one thinks foremost of the persecution of Jewish Europeans. The Nazi state systematically rounded up whole communities of Jews and Roma, gay as well as straight, cisgender as well as transgender, deported them, and murdered them. This did not happen to Aryans. It did not happen to Aryans even if they were accused of crimes having to do with sex and gender, such as male-male sex or public indecency, a charge made against trans people. Without ever losing sight of the Holocaust, we should, however, allow that a group could be persecuted even if its members did not face highly organized violence like what Jews and Roma faced. So, for example, we correctly recognize gay men, regardless of racial designation, as a persecuted group. We do so despite the fact that Nazi authorities treated Aryan gay men and Jewish gay men in very different ways.
Interesting.
Aryan men accused of breaking paragraph 175 could usually retain a lawyer. They often had a trial before a judge. They were not always found guilty. Most men convicted under paragraph 175 served their sentence.
So there's the argument that trans people potentially were not persecuted because the Nazis did have their own, like, drag queens, cross-dressers, and gay men. It's like, yeah, but they only gave them a little bit more leeway just because they were Aryan, just because they were the perfect white boy, right? But they still weren't treated the same, right? It's like really ridiculous how this works. It's like it's still discrimination.
Sentences in prisons, not concentration camps. Some were murdered in the camp system. Some were sent to the camps without trial. That did not happen in all cases. The majority of approximately 50,000 men convicted under paragraph 175 in the Nazi period were Aryans who survived the Nazi regime. Like Aryan gay men, if trans people had Aryan status, they were not subjected to a systematic roundup such as what the Nazi state carried out against German Jews. They did, however, face state hostility, harassment, and violence because they were transgender. Nazi officials generally had negative views of transgender people. In what may be the only Nazi-era book on the topic, the 1938 Ein Beitrag zum Problem des Transvestitismus, Hermann Ferdinand Voss writes, "Their asocial mindset, which is often paired with criminal activity, justifies draconian measures by the state. Prior to the Nazi seizure of power, not enough could be done about trans people," he wrote, but happily now, there is the possibility of putting the people in question in protective custody or possibly having them castrated or via temporary appropriate detention to impress upon them that they must put their inclination on hold.
Based on this police report, Fritz Kitzing was repeatedly arrested in Germany for being a transvestite, which is now understood to be a trans person under modern language. They were confined to prison and then a labor camp before escaping to England, where they were arrested for cross-dressing again, and deported to Germany, where they were arrested again.
The report from that last arrest is described by the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum as follows. The report requests that Kitzing be confined to a concentration camp, but it also states plainly that there was no proof that Kitzing was guilty of committing any crimes. Instead, the report attacks Kitzing as a social threat to the Nazi regime's imagined national community. It states that a concentration camp was necessary because K is an untruthful and depraved transvestite of the worst kind. This document shows that the authorities did not imprison Kitzing to uphold the law. The report recommends a concentration camp even after concluding that K could not be proven to have committed an illegal act. Why would authorities still target Kitzing if no laws have been broken? Kitzing was sent to the Sachsenhausen camp later that year. After being transferred briefly to Gestapo custody in Berlin in 1937, Kitzing was released. After more than a year in custody with no evidence of a crime. A few days later, Kitzing was permitted to collect 2 suitcases of women's clothing confiscated by the Gestapo. In March 1938, Kitzing was arrested again for blackmail. Police quickly established that Kitzing had not been involved in any way. However, searches of Kitzing's apartment turned up letters written to friends in England about conditions in the Nazi camp system. Kitzing was taken into custody for spreading so-called atrocity propaganda against Nazi Germany. No further records exist, and Kitzing's fate is unknown.
Trans people were targeted by the Nazis for being trans, just like gay people were targeted by the Nazis for being gay. Gay men obviously weren't called gay in Germany at the time, but Joanne seems to have no issue saying the Nazis targeted gay people. Transgender people weren't called transgender at the time, but it seems Joanne does think that's a reasonable argument to say that trans people weren't targeted. While Aryan LGBTQ plus people had a different kind of horrible and unconscionable persecution by the Nazis, that does not make it unhorrific. It does not mean it did not happen. It does not mean that denying that it happened isn't a denial of Nazi crimes. It does not mean it isn't anti-Semitic, homophobic, transphobic, and fucking dangerous. Rowling has been accused of anti-Semitism before. Her depictions of goblins in her Harry Potter series have widely been panned as anti-Semitic caricatures. I discuss the ties to anti-Semitism in my 3-part series, Gender Critical, which discusses my time undercover in their private anti-trans Facebook groups. What happened this week served to show to everyone what LGBTQ plus advocates have been saying for years. There is no level that Joanne won't stoop to in order to attack the community. If denying Nazi war crimes helps her movement, she'll do it in a heartbeat. Joanne may have denied Nazi war crimes, but she isn't a Holocaust denier. She admits the Holocaust happened, but she is engaging in what's called soft denial, or Holocaust distortion, or Holocaust revisionism.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
These terms are important distinctions that allow historians and academics specificity in discussing these denials and revisionisms.
Because that's pretty much her argument now, is she was like, oh, trans people were never in the Holocaust. And then people are like, yes, they were. Look at this evidence. And she's like, okay, well, it wasn't that much and it wasn't that bad. It's like, what the fuck are you like saying, lady? Like, do you hear what you're saying right now? Because it's next, you're gonna be like, well, it wasn't that much and wasn't that bad, and the Nazis were right for doing it anyways. It's like, that's where that's going to lead next. Do you see how this goes? Do you see where this leads to? Do you see how people become Nazi fascists, literally? Just like this?
Holocaust revisionism falls into this category of pseudo-history, whose purpose is the denial of the past for present political or ideological reasons.
The International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance has a few examples of what constitute Holocaust distortion. The one applicable here would be intentional efforts to excuse or minimize the impact of the Holocaust or its principal elements. This is what the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust says about soft denial.
Broadly speaking, Holocaust denial is any attempt to deny the Holocaust happened. Holocaust distortion, sometimes referred to as soft denial or Holocaust revisionism, is where the Holocaust is acknowledged to have happened, but where the extent or nature of the Holocaust is questioned, minimized, or trivialized. It is important to note with these definitions that Holocaust distortion can, of course, lead to denial, particularly when the uniqueness of the Holocaust is questioned, or when facts are distorted so grossly that the reality of the Holocaust is denied.
In response to her Holocaust distortion, or soft Holocaust denial, Joanne's sycophants have been coming to her defense. One claimed Holocaust denier was the latest slur to silence women. People in her replies were saying things such as,
all this proves is A, the Jews are behind trans surgery and always have been, and B, the Nazis weren't the bad guys.
You see that? You see how somebody just said, oh, this just proves that Jews were behind trans surgery? We're going to get into how anti-trans logic has a seed of anti-Semitism in it, because the connection is very fucking real. So real, it's unreal.
In replies to trans woman Katie Montgomery, there were varied opinions on it, like,
we're at the you're a Nazi stage of online tedium now.
We need more camps.
And
The Nazis were right for banning transsexual filth.
I hope Joanne eventually does the right thing.
Oh, hey, Ren. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat, saying hi, Jan and everyone. I was mean to my mom and made her leave her bed and eat dinner. Is that a good kind of mean? Like a tough love kind of mean?
Instead of just
That's great. I hope she's
liking
feeling better.
posts from far-right Trump supporters who agree with her. I hope she admits she denied a Nazi crime and stops speaking over and for LGBTQ plus people. But I also hope I win the lottery. Not sure which is more likely at this point, but I'm likely dying poor. I'll leave this with a particularly apt and ironic quote by Joanne herself. One that describes her perfectly.
People who believe themselves possessed with almost saint-like righteousness are capable of blocking out almost any evidence that contradicts their worldview.
Wow, J.K. Rowling, Joanne describes Joanne. She's like literally shadow projecting right now. She's projecting. She's the one that's being saint-like and self-righteous.
I can't say for certain until this video is live, but I'm sure all the discussion of Nazis and the Holocaust will have left this video buried by the YouTube algorithm.
Definitely check out Kalen Conrad. Please subscribe to him, like the video, and if you can, please donate to this support LGBTQ youth. Please donate to that if you can spare it. Thank you. Up next, we are going to get into Jesse Gender's new piece, and we're going to dive deeper into how anti-trans ideas have a seed of anti-Semitism in it, and why we call anti-trans people Nazis, because it leads there pretty damn fast. But I need to take another pee break, so I shall be right back. Hello. We are going back. Let's see, was Heinrich Himmler mentioned? He was appointed assistant chief of the Gestapo in 1934. I think so. We're going to be doing a deep dive The deep dive between anti-Semitism and anti-trans. And if you don't like learning about this stuff, watch another live stream. We're doing this right now. Lock in.
Like me and terminally on YouTube, you may have, over the past few months, gotten this very strange movie trailer ad if you clicked on one of my videos, a left-leaning YouTuber's videos, or even larger trans-focused channels like One Topic at a Time.
I honestly have not, because I pay for YouTube Premium, so I have not seen this ad. But apparently, along with, like, videos like this, YouTube will place ads. And then there's one particular one that's like an ad for a documentary movie type style thing that talks about trans children and how TikTok is making kids think they're trans and turning the kids trans and transing the trans. Liz says I was watching this video yesterday. Fucking fabulous. Love this shit.
Time or Trixie Mattel. For the first 5 seconds of the ad, the same amount of time, ironically, that a YouTube audience would watch.
Let's back up. So yeah, we're talking and investigating this weird video that's like trying to tell parents that their kids are being turned trans against their wills.
If you're anything like me and terminally on YouTube, you may have, over the past few months, gotten this very strange movie trailer ad if you clicked on one of my videos, a left-leaning YouTuber's videos, or even larger trans-focused channels like One Topic at a Time or Trixie Mattel. For the first 5 seconds of the ad, the same amount of time, ironically, that a YouTube audience would watch before hitting the skip ad button to spend more productive time watching me being a weirdo, the trailer appears to be an overacted yet transgender supportive docudrama.
Do you think you'd be happier as a boy?
My mom would never allow it.
That's abuse.
And a trans supportive ad like that playing on my channel would make sense given my, well, my everything. Have you seen me? I'm like one of the transiest transes to ever trans. Trans.
But let's I love that extra like trans in there. Like, honestly, that's how I feel about being like trans mask. I'm just like, I am the maskiest like mask without actually being a man.
Suppose those 5 or 6 seconds intrigued you because you've rarely seen a docudrama be so supportive of transgender people. In that case, if you continue to watch, the ad soon takes a strange turn as it begins to talk about how parents have become enemy number one in a fight against governments, corporations, teachers, and politicians who are trying to push gender ideology on kids, causing irreversible damage to poor children, especially young girls.
When did parents become enemy number one?
This is all coming from the top, the major corporations, governments, politicians.
You have a pipeline that's also in the education system.
So today we're going to talk a bit about genders.
With the trailer ending...
Genders. Today we're going to talk about genders, because they totally do that in class, let me tell you.
On a few shots of not only what is one of the worst wigs in film history, which must be in and of itself some kind of child endangerment, but also with the trailer asking, why are they all doing this?
Like, this is the most important question. Why are they all doing this?
Hello, Halloween Mom.
They left in the air meant to get you to ask,
goodbye, Halloween
who are
Mom.
They? And why are they trying to trans my children into wearing bad wigs? This trailer was for the feature film Gender Transformations, The Untold Realities.
So that is... Hello, play. Yes, I love your face, but play.
This trailer was for the feature film Gender Transformations,
So we're talking about this movie, this documentary. It's called Gender Transformation, The Untold Realities. So here we go, everybody, lock in. We're gonna learn about what the fuck this movie means.
Untold Realities, a docudrama made by Epoch Times, a far-right newspaper that has gained more and more prominence in right-wing spaces in recent years after it promoted QAnon and anti-vaccine misinformation. Gender Transformations was being distributed on Epoch TV, Epoch Times' streaming service platform that features other Epoch original films like The Unseen Crisis, Vaccine Stories You Were Never Told, or Gotaways, The Hidden Border Crisis.
Oh no, really? So Epoch is like a whole streaming service of just like specifically made like right-wing conspiracies. That's what the fuck it is. I know, bye Halloween, Mom. Jesus. Just like, hi, love you, bye. Like everyone's like, wait, come back. Shit movies. Exactly, Ren. Like this is all movies and media created by right-wing conspiracy people. Obviously, they have these weird documentaries about like the hidden border crisis and the like hidden like vaccine crisis and like pretty much getting into all the shit that you quintessentially apply to right-wing crazy people, probably mostly old people.
Or The Real Story of January 6th. All films trying to sell themselves as the
real story of January 6th? Okay, that's a huge red flag. Like, what in the fuck? I'm sure we could... It would be great to watch some of their movies. I wish we could react to that, but I think YouTube would shut that down if we watch those things directly from that streaming service. But I don't want to fucking subscribe to that streaming service anyways, even out of morbid humor.
True story that the mainstream doesn't want you to hear. Also, it has a film called The Stray Story, a Documentary, which, I'm not sure what's going on with that one. It looks adorable though, but I am scared to watch. On its face, Gender Transformations as a film fits within the rest of this kind of content. A film consolidating the ongoing culture war narratives against transgender people of the LGBTQ groomer agenda, scaremongering you to get you to buy their merch, only differentiating itself by featuring a fictionalized dramatization of an actual trans person's supposed life. Hence the terrible wigs. No trans person would be caught dead with a wig like that. Let's just be honest.
No.
And that's really what I thought this film was. However, as I began to research the film, because it kept appearing on ads on my channel, what I assumed would have been a watered-down version of Matt Walsh's and the Daily Wire's similar anti-trans film What is a Woman turned into something much more insidious on its own terms. Unlike Walsh's more direct, personality-driven, anti-trans hating film, Gender Transformations provides a very different entry point and appeal to its target audience. If you actually watch Gender Transformations, it not only signals all the regular anti-trans talking points,
and this chemical was trying to force her little bones to change, to her body.
What?
But also begins to slowly build a narrative of dog whistles to much larger narratives. Dog whistles that, if you know to listen to them, play so loudly that they might as well be a Broadway musical number.
And kids are sort of a test subject because you may have very large organizations, but there's a small group of people who are controlling these organizations and they tend to be political.
That's usually at the head of these anti-trans conspiracies. Is that really like trans is an idea being sold by like billion-dollar companies like just to make more money in the medical field? Let's just keep that in mind as we also remember how the Nazis persecuted Jews in anything they researched, especially like a certain Hirschfeld who was Jewish.
If you look not too far beneath the surface of Gender Transformations, there lies a world of international cults, a decades-old propaganda campaign, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, a Karl Marx tsunami stopped by a supposed messiah, and of course...
She actually claims that she was impregnated by aliens.
Yes, aliens. Sadly not the fun Star Trek-style aliens with weird forehead ridges. So for today, I want to take a look at the film Gender Transformations, and more specifically, discuss its anti-trans narratives, debunk its claims, and more importantly, showcase to you how it sells its narrative to its audience to lead them into a silo of far-right conspiracy theories and communities.
Let's see. Brent says, do human resources people have profitability statistics based on sexual sexuality, or race? Good question. That has to be the loudest snack bag. What do you mean? I don't have a snack bag right now. Or the snack bag has been put away. You has popcorn now? Popcorn is delicious. I would love some popcorn. I'm probably going to be eating dinner here in a minute, as soon as it's done. So you can enjoy me chewing to this. You know, some ASMR chewing. Alright, video by Jesse Earl. Lots of things going on here. We're going to skip through this other stuff, and we're going to get into this.
Nitty-gritty of gender transformations itself, or even the epic times, I want to talk about how the film presents itself to its audience sans any context, so we can understand how the film hooks in a potential viewer who isn't aware of the more extensive apparatus of the epic times or anti-trans narratives that they have encountered when they first see the film. At first glance, the Epic Times seems to be marketing and positioning gender transformations in a similar way to how other right-wing streaming services over the past few years, like the Daily Wire Plus, have set up their documentaries in terms of discussing the transgender agenda. In other words, all marketing themselves as the real story that they don't want you to see, that you can only watch if you subscribe now to our platform. Most infamously, Daily Wire host and a man who puts a banjo I guarantee you that he doesn't know how to play in the background of his videos, Matt Walsh, used this same strategy in 2022 with his anti-trans disinformation propaganda film, What is a Woman?, which I already did a whole video on. What is a Woman consolidated numerous anti-trans narratives into a single movie. The Daily Wire then released it.
That was the last large piece that we watched by Jesse Gender, and I think that one was like fucking 4 hours long. And that was so good. I mean, she very meticulously went through that whole Matt Walsh, What is a Woman, tore it apart piece by piece, and showed at the end of the shrubbery maze that Matt Walsh is obsessed with the idea of Anglo-Saxon erasure.
During LGBTQ Pride Month and heavily advertised the film on social media, including on trans supportive sites and YouTube channels like my own, in order to potentially grab any audience members who came to those spaces to learn more about trans people before they actually engaged with trans supportive content, as well as generate a culture war backlash from queer audiences so the Daily Wire could generate a cancel culture narrative that us queers were trying to silence poor creepy baby doll maker Matt Walsh, thus proving the they don't want you to see aspect of their marketing campaign.
It's fair to say that more people will see it and hear about it than would have if the left had never attempted to shut us down in the first place. Probably millions more.
And the Epic Times, with their streaming service Epic TV, generally seems to be doing this even more blatantly than the Daily Wire Plus, with many of the films on their platform directly in their titles selling themselves as the untold, hidden, unseen story.
Yeah, every one of their fucking documentaries is like, this is the truth you were never told. These are the things you've never seen, the hidden stuff. This is the shit that you have to know that is the truth, and the only way you can see the truth is by subscribing to our services and giving us money. Interesting how that works, because I'll tell you what, anti-trans, it makes a lot of money. It really does. And just right-wing conspiracy makes a lot of money, because unfortunately so many fucking people are into that shit. They truly believe it. It's absolutely mind-blowing how fucking far gone a lot of people in this world is. That's why I'm a very dedicated Neogenian, and that I very much am a proponent of elevating the consciousness of humanity and getting people to, I don't know, be fucking smarter so we can make better decisions for ourselves as a whole instead of targeting like minorities and marginalized groups. for the sake of like some bullshit moralistic like endeavor.
Yet, while the end goal strategy is ultimately the same, the framing and emotions engaged with the film gender transformations are entirely different than what we saw with What is a Woman? What is a Woman, and all of Matt Walsh / The Daily Wire's content, is sold on the bravado of its central figures. You have Ben Shapiro's fast-talking I know more than you vibe. You have Michael Knowles' Knowlesiness.
The big problem is there aren't enough chicks.
And Matt Walsh himself is a provocateur, building on the individualistic strongman-esque energy of being the toughest, most masculine person that is often championed by far-right neo-fascist style organizations like the Proud Boys. Walsh's content is meant to come across as bullying and abrasive, building his brand and cult of personality, which is quite evident even in What is a Woman's trailers.
Please, if one person could tell me what a woman is.
You are not here for women! We ask you to leave!
What is that?
The film itself is dripping with cynicism, irony, bravado, and intentionally incendiary stunts to garner a quick negative emotional reaction.
What a woman is, and I'll put a mask on.
Oh no, he got bumped. So sad.
Nothing Walsh does in his content is ever entirely sincere. It's engaging his audience's sports fan-like energy of seeing their guy own the libs to be the winner, rather than a much more interesting, curious, earnest exploration of the concept of womanhood that his documentary purports to be. It's irony-pilled in a way that only a petty fascist can sell you. Gender transformations, in contrast, though, makes an entirely different emotional appeal, trying to give itself a sense of heartfelt concern and authority. The first point of engagement with a potential viewer is the film's marketing trailer, which plays an overly melancholic song made for middle school Jessie and her depressive alt-right indie phase, with lyrics like, "It's so quiet here, and I feel so cold. This house no longer feels like home." You can't hear me cry, sing my dreams all die. That plays underneath sound bites that vaguely hint at the dangers of transgender ideology.
Oh, jeez.
When did parents become enemy number one?
Yeah, you could take anything, put some put some inspirational sounding music to it and make it seem way more emotional. You can invoke emotion out of people by the way you frame the filming, by the way you make it look, what lines you say, what music you play. Like, you can invoke emotion from people. And so, like, that's a tactic to make people feel emotional and sad and sorry and just, like, invested in this. And one thing, like, as a Neogenian, I'm highly against leading with your emotions, okay? It's all about leading with reason. It doesn't mean that emotions are bad. Intuition isn't bad. Emotions are bad. Those are important factors that we need to experience those things so that we can navigate and interact into this life. But ultimately, you need to lead yourself with reason. Honor your emotions, but make decisions based off reason, especially very important ones.
This is all coming from the top, the major corporations.
Basically gathered vulnerable children and taught them that it was us against them.
We never talk about how much harm is being caused.
Like, this is the most important question. Why are they all doing this?
Why
the
are they all
then
doing
directs you
this?
to the film's landing page on Epic TV's website, which highlights the film's accolades and features each of its interviewees as if they exude expertise. We'll get to the actual credentials of all these folks a little bit later on, but the important part here in the marketing is that they appear.
Okay, so yeah, now in this documentary, they say that this is the hidden truth about the trans issues. This is what trans people don't want, and the libs don't want you to know. And we're going to tell you. And then they put forth a panel of quote-unquote experts, people that are there to make you think that they have an authority on the subject. Well, do they actually have an authority on the subject? When you watch documentaries that invoke emotions like this, it's important to do like the background research, figure out who these people are, who produced the film, who was it funded by, what organizations funded it, this, that, and the other, what kind of message they're trying to send. You know, growing up, I've seen some documentaries that I've definitely fell for, like, emotionally. I remember when I was really young, in my early 20s, I watched, what was it, it was like a vegan film, like Earthian or something like that. And I was so emotionally invested into it. But then it's like, you find out it's backed up, I think, by PETA. And then like you get into like what PETA does and like how hypocritical it is when it comes to like the welfare and well-being of animals. And it's something, as I found out older, that I'm like, wow, I was just such an idiot for like falling for that emotionally. So it's like, don't let that happen to you. Like, you know, I mean, if it happens, it happens. We're all human and we make mistakes. But I learned big time from that.
Here, authoritative. My favorite part of the website, though, is the reviews, which are all glowing, as you'd expect. But if you look closely, all the reviews are from people who appear themselves in the documentary. That's how you know it's good.
That's not a conflict of interest at all. Having glowing reviews from the people that actually appeared in the documentary, yeah, that's not a conflict of interest at all. They're definitely like, this movie is so great. It's the most best thing in the world. It's so magnificent. It's like, no shit, you're saying that. You're in it. Of course you're a big proponent of that. Like, where are the reviews from people who have nothing to do with it? Where's that? Also, where are all the reviews from actual trans people? That's what I would like to see. Well, I guess in a way, this whole video is like one big giant review by a legitimate trans person, but holy shit, really? Reviews from people like appearing in your own documentary? Yeah, that's how you know it's true, for sure.
Thus, we can see that Gender Transformations is trying to lend itself a sense of authorial credibility in the absence of having a central individual figure to sell itself off of like Walsh, who himself often actively shows disdain for science and institutional intellectualism, more in keeping with far-right thought.
We have people running around with multiple degrees who never needed one.
Gender Transformations is actually targeting itself at a more capital L liberal audience who have more built-in trust in institutions and expertise. And this feeling extends to the film itself, as it's a docudrama that cuts between traditional talking head interviews with experts and a fictionalized dramatization of the story of Abigail Martinez, the mother of a trans man, Andrew Martinez, who came out as trans while in middle school in the state of California. The docudrama follows Abigail's accounting of events, not her child Andrew, that the narrative is mainly centered on.
Okay, so the documentary decides to settle their entire premises on this story of Andrew, who was a trans man who came out as trans as a child in middle school and unfortunately has taken their life at a very young age. So the documentary isn't actually talking to the actual trans guy. They're talking to his mother. They're getting it from her perspective, what she thinks and feels happened to her son. This gets gross. Like, why the fuck would you do that? Why would you? This is very bad faith documentary that's clearly made to just like talk about the issue from the perspective of people that don't really have any experience with it personally. That doesn't work. That's a very biased thing, but it's being framed as something that's like a direct representation of what actually happens. You got to be careful with documentaries that do that shit.
And I make that distinction for reasons that we'll discuss later on. And also, you'll see this as we get into clips from the film, but let me just be very clear up front. This drama is not good. The acting and the writing are atrocious, featuring some of the most on-the-nose dialogue that I've ever heard outside of a Star Wars movie.
I mean, why change a perfectly working body, though? Why does it matter what gender we pee with or not?
Oh my god, it sounds like a Darman video. Oh my fuck, we've never done Darman videos before on our stream. We have to fucking react to some of those. Oh my god, if we are still up late tonight and feeling funny, we should react to some Darman videos.
I mean, as long as you can, like, pee. To be yourself, Leah.
What, are you like, guys, are you transphobes or what?
No, we're not.
Sounds like it.
We're just curious.
I hope you enjoyed it and are excited about this new semester.
So today we're gonna talk a bit about genders.
Yeah, that's how every single school day goes. I remember that back in my middle school days, you know. Yes, kids, welcome to your first day of school. Time to talk about gender. We're learning whatever the fuck algebra is, and then right after that it goes into critical race theory. But while I have been making fun of, and let's face it, will continue to make fun of this film's production value, that low rent feel is actually intentional on the movie's part. In the context of the supposed concern the talking head sections are expressing, the low budget of the movie makes it feel like someone is just trying their best to impart an essential message as best they can. It frames the movie as deeply earnest in its attempt to tell a real story, a story given credence by the film's supposed experts. And on top of all of that, let's not forget the wig. Its overacting and bad writing is meant to feel endearing to its intended audience. Supposedly, the choice of dramatizing Abigail's story was made after the director and crew had already begun filming for the movie and had interviewed Abigail and found it so moving that they wished to feature it as a through line for the entirety of the film.
And it was, the whole story was so powerful when we said we have to focus on that story. So we did drama parts of her story. So we had actors. So we actually did the acting parts in Sweden. And we do reenactments of her whole story to make it come alive, to make people really, feel with her and what's happening with her daughter.
Never mind that the film and its narrative were chosen before the director even came onto the project.
Yeah, I was approached by the Epoch Times. They wanted to expound and look at the subject of transgender. And see what's to explore in these areas.
Speaking of, there is one final essential thing to understand about who this film is intending as its audience. The film's marketing states that it's
an award-winning epic original docudrama every parent needs to watch.
Right.
Making very clear that the people that Epic TV wants to watch this film are parents, not trans people.
Okay.
More subtly, yet specifically, the film seems less interested in parents as a whole than it is in mothers. Not a single father appears throughout the film, not even in Abigail Martinez's story, who is a single mother. Of the 14 interviewees, only 4 are men. 3 are detransitioners framed as victims of the transgender agenda, and the final is an endocrinologist. The rest are all women, most interviewed in the capacity of mother or teacher or caregiver, despite their lower thirds saying their actual job title.
Tell me something about my daughter, because you've never met her.
All of this presents a very clear picture of who this film was intended for and who it's attempting to draw into its narrative. Liberal parents supposedly concerned about their child being transgender. That is largely why the film was advertised on trans-supportive channels like mine or One Topic at a Time. These ads are meant to head off parents of children who might have sent their family members or guardians a video by a trans person like myself to try to gauge their reaction to it, or to try to inform them about how they're feeling as a trans kid, or just try to present someone that they care about with educational or positive material about trans people through somewhere like YouTube, which is one of the few places that trans kids can get trans-supportive content these days without having to pay money that they probably don't have. The film actively wants to try to deny its audience any access to hearing from an actual trans person, instead wishing their only point of engagement with the trans community to be through their lens and their film alone. Because, let's be clear, not a single trans person appears in gender transformations.
And that's what just seems so fucking insidious to me. Like, it's a huge deal about, trying to supposedly tell the truth about the trans issues, but they don't actually have trans people in there. Ridiculous.
Despite it being supposedly about trans people. And the reason could not be more apparent. Epic Times wants these parents only to hear a narrative about their potential trans children, not from anyone involved with the trans community or actual experts, but from them alone, to limit access to any other avenues of information so they can then be funneled into a single narrative as soon as possible. And then, once they get them subscribed to Epic TV to see this narrative, then they keep them there, and only watching Epic TV's content. These types of tactics dovetail quite heavily with the recruitment tactics of gender-critical feminists, which were explained and investigated heavily by my fellow creator, Kaylee and Conrad, in their own series on gender-critical feminists.
Yeah, we just watched him. I guess he has a 3-part series. God damn, they're over an hour each? Fuck me. Well, I'm definitely gonna watch that tomorrow, I think.
Whom I interviewed for this video.
So I made a fake Facebook account, Carol Marinera.
Yo, listen to this. Okay, so the guy we just watched, who's fucking fabulous and did a great job, He made a fake Facebook account and joined groups that are dedicated to mothers with children that are questioning their gender. And these Facebook groups, the heads of them, the leaders of them, like, it's all framed on anti-trans agenda. And so he went in there, made a fake account. Like, listen to this. It's fucking amazing.
Read in their own series on gender critical feminists, whom I interviewed for this video.
So I made a fake Facebook account, Carol Marinera, a lovely Italian woman from Toronto, and I entered the groups specifically as a concerned parent. And I looked into it, specifically the parent side, because that was the scariest part to me. Because gender critical people can rage all they want. They can put up adult human female stickers in Target or whatever. And like, yeah, it sucks, but like, they have no real power to do anything but complain and make people's lives less wonderful.
Yeah.
But when they're parents and they're young people in their care, like, that really gets to me. There are some concerned parents who are legitimately concerned about how to best protect their child and also support their child. The problem is, once they're in the group, that's not their goal anymore, because they are so thoroughly convinced by everyone else in the group that what they're doing is harmful, using
No. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't.
Misinformation pieces like the documentary you're talking about. There's a lot of them. I think like Gender a Wider Lens, the podcast, is like constantly promoted in there. Irreversible Damage.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that, like the books, Helen Joyce's book is about trans.
Specifically, especially Maria Keffler's Desist, Detrans, and Detoxer. I always I don't remember the order, but it's triple
What the
D.
fuck is that?
A lot of the people that enter into the gender critical ones are like, I was in this other group and they were getting mad at me for misgendering or voicing my concerns. They kept saying that the things that I was saying were conspiracy theories. So I'm just really glad to be in a group where people tell the truth. They want people to go into every single time they hear a trans person speaking about their own experiences with, this is a lie. They are after your children. Unfortunately, most of the people in these gender critical groups did not come in with good intentions. I mean, they probably think they're good intentions, but they are well on the path when they enter.
And all of this is not an uncommon type of experience with these types of anti-trans and especially gender-critical spaces. Kai Shiver, a detransitioner who identified as a gender-critical feminist and worked for those groups, who later came back out as a trans man after several years in them.
Oh, here we go. Here we fucking go with the token detransitioners that these anti-trans people love to fucking, like, put on a pedestal. And they're just using them like fucking tools. Straight up. Using them like straight up tools. They don't give a crap about them. They only care that they help their narrative that transitioning doesn't work. The fucking 10 people in the whole fucking world that truly regret it. Because literally there is so little like detransitioners. Like it's sickening that they're taking those people and capitalizing on their issues to squash out everybody else who's doing just fucking fine and has no regrets at all.
Often spoke about how the gender critical groups that they were involved in would filter people into different groups based on their level of acceptance of anti-trans ideologies.
People used to contact me about online support groups for female-assigned people who were detransitioning, looking for alternative treatments to gender dysphoria, and or seeking to reconcile with being female. There were two Facebook groups that I knew of, though I never belonged to either since I don't have a Facebook account. One was supposed to be apolitical and presented itself as trans-friendly, but had radical feminist undertones. The other was explicitly radical feminist / gender critical. I knew one of the women who administered the groups, and I would pass people interested in joining onto her. She would then vet them and decide which groups to admit them to. I believe a lot of people in the first group didn't even know the second one existed. I think back on this now and worry that I directed people looking for support to online communities that ended up radicalizing them.
So, now that we understand how gender transformations is trying to lure people into its narrative, let's see how it moves one through its funnel of information with its emotional and pseudoscientific appeals, and see where it ultimately is intending to lead them. Again, I'm not kidding. I wish I were. After the opening sequence of the movie acts as a primer, framing the entire film as one leading to a sinister ending,
We're just getting pushed through this pipeline of surgery.
It's a political agenda being worked out, and kids are sort of a test subject.
Gender Transformations officially opens up on Abigail Martinez, connecting her story and voiceover visually to the dramatic reenactment that will weave throughout the film. The real-world Abigail begins talking about her real-life child, a trans man who went by the name of Andrew and used he/him pronouns, which we are going to be using throughout this video, despite the film itself dead-naming and misgendering him throughout. From her perspective, Andrew's mother Abigail states that Andrew grew up a beautiful, happy, girly girl, emphasizing inherent femininity.
She grew up as a happy little girl, the girly girl in the family. She was the most beautiful and happy little girl.
As we hear Abigail's words, we are introduced to a fictionalized version of their family, as the fictional Abigail and her cisgender son enjoy a peaceful violin concert from the fictionalized Andrew, who eventually goes by Evan within the film's narrative. Fictional Evan plays a concert to golden light in a feminine floral dress, the film's language underscoring his femininity. All of this is Gender Transformations presenting and emphasizing an untainted, peaceful time before the transgender agenda corrupted this poor small family.
Yeah, it really does. It's like it very much like puts out a scene of like everything was perfect, nothing was wrong. I had a perfect, untainted little girl, a very girly girl's girl, with pink dresses and violins and sunshine and sprinkles and cakes. Everything was great until the transgender happened. She was transgendered. That's what, and that's usually the mindset of gender critical people, is that they think that being trans or being in the wrong body, they think that like that was an idea just fed to them. Never is it the idea of like, oh gee, I wonder where this is coming from, as in like this must be coming from somewhere genuine. No, it's assumed that somebody convinced their children to be that way because before they were perfect, right? But don't parents always have high expectations of you? Like, even if you're not genderqueer in any way or questioning or like parents still have expectations of you that if you don't fulfill, you know, it crashes their original idea of what they think you should be. There's no winning with parents, let's just say that. Hello, Heretical, good to see you.
That second verse flows perfectly now.
And starting here reveals the film's core intention. While the movie presents itself as a talking head documentary intercut with a reenactment, the reenactment is actually the entire point. Talking heads are here to give a sense of credence to the drama because experts, who we will see are anything but, explain that what you see actually happens.
My name is Kali Fontania, and I am a former public school teacher of 15 years.
Hundreds, if not thousands of parents, our stories are all the same.
The film isn't worried about using actual expertise to be persuasive, but is using its aesthetic to instead buttress its emotional argument that is generated by the drama. As we go through, I'm going to highlight and debunk the film's intentional disinformation and what that ultimately reveals about the film's biases, but ultimately, my effort to present information in order to debunk will not disprove the film's narrative to someone who has bought in entirely on its emotional appeal, because the facts here don't matter to the filmmakers and they hope to their audience. The film's emotional pathway is the more critical narrative that we have to track. It's what leads its audience through the supposed facts that the interview segments are trying to present as the truth.
That's what I'm telling you. Documentaries can be very emotionally manipulative, and if you fall for that, you can fall for a lot of misinformation.
So, starting at this idyllic opening, the film plays into the fears and anxieties that its audience was already primed to expect. Many parents who are terrified of their children being trans are looking for information, any information, about something that they don't understand in their child's life. These parents believe that they have paid so much attention to their child that they couldn't have missed something that was internal to them. Their child would have told them, or they would have intrinsically known. And so, it must be something external that came in instead of an earnest feeling by their child.
You know, I went and seek for help at school to keep an eye on my daughter, not to make her, you know, believe that the transition is what's gonna make her happy. I believe the psychology sent her to this group, LGBT, that they have a club that they have at school. I didn't know about this at all.
This opening then frames this story that way too, that things were perfect, and that Evan was a perfect feminine daughter, and then tells a narrative of a dark force coming in acting upon this child, allowing the parents to dissuade their feeling of a sense of failure that they don't truly understand their child when they come out as trans, instead allowing them to feel that they are the ones who know the actual truth, the beautiful perfect world that they are trying to preserve that existed before their children left their supposed safety and was influenced by the transgender agenda. But after this opening, the film presents us with its first argument through its experts, that trans people, especially non-binary and gender-fluid kids, are something brand new.
Our public schools have changed. 5 years ago, there was no students that were identifying as non-binary, gender.
Because there wasn't the term non-binary. There wasn't that language. If I had that language in school, I would have totally done that. That totally would have been my thing. But instead, I was left to play with these sort of cis-created ideas of gender that's kind of like bending out of the norm, like tomboy or, you know, butch or what. It never, like, at the time, it didn't even, like, really feel, it's like, I guess I'll just go with those. I don't know, but it's like, why was it more confusing then? But now it's just like, oh. Like, they make it seem like non-binary is this confusing, mysterious thing that can't fucking, like, be understood. It's like, I can understand it perfectly clear. When I learned what non-binary really was, I'm like, hey, wait a minute, what the fuck is this? I'm like, oh, holy shit, that's me. Like, that describes me perfectly, thank you.
Fluid was not something that...
I didn't learn it on TikTok, though. Like, nobody gave me the idea. Nobody told me, like, Jan, you need to be non-binary. It's the only way. Like, nobody fucking did that. I've always had, like, feelings like that growing up. Always. From the time I was very fucking tiny, I always identified in a very, like, genderqueer way. And no, I didn't have the language for it.
We even do
I do now.
This information is presented flippantly without any actual factual basis, mostly because the film doesn't need to. It's playing off of the bias that people who had never heard of trans or gender fluid people beyond the past few years, where people have been talking more openly about that stuff, believe then that it must be a new thing that only occurred within the past few years, because that's when they heard about it. But in truth, trans, non-binary, and gender fluid folks are by no means new. Throughout history, societies have recognized folks outside a rigid modern-day Western cultural, biological, and social view of gender. Take the Haraja of India, the Scythians honoring gender-variant people, mythological gender-bending characters like Loki, the Mahu of Hawaii and Tahiti, or the Talmud, a primary source of Jewish theology and religious law, recognizing somewhere between 6 to 8 genders or sexes, as but a few examples of gender-diverse people existing before just the past few years. And by the way, it's essential to realize that none of these examples that I just mentioned perfectly match the current cultural conceptualization of gender identity and biological sex in the same way that we think about trans people today, but simply provide evidence of the numerous ways that different cultures conceptualized how gender, biology, and self-expression interacted in different ways beyond just man and woman. After many of these cultures were colonized by European countries, the rigid gender binary is often placed onto and enforced in these societies in order to force them to conform to Western culture's views of gender, usually done by the colonizers in order to dehumanize their new subjects, wishing to frame those they're colonizing as less human beasts whose gender did not match up to real human, i.e., European standards. For example, for many indigenous women, European cultures imposed ideas that women's subordination was essential to a gender dichotomy, when in actuality many indigenous tribes in America had matriarchal cultures, or what historian Chiara Bottici framed as low-intensity patriarchies, that further allowed women's participation than European cultures did. When attempting to colonize these people in what would become the United States, Europeans framed indigenous women as hypersexual and sinful compared to the purity and weakness of European
I mean, yeah, throughout history, a lot of non-binary sort of genders that you saw throughout history embraced by cultures, they were primarily like indigenous cultures. So the only time where it became a moral issue of gender is through colonialization, when they viewed those people as subhuman, and they're like, no, you can't do that. You need to meet our standards, our white standards, and our very binary, like, man-woman. So it is kind of like based in racism a bit, to colonialization, particularly, which is, I know, words that people don't like to hear. Oh, they're being used by the left-wing liberals too much.
Colonial women to conceptualize indigenous women as lesser than real women, i.e. European women. We'll return to this idea later, but I'd recommend these excellent videos by Lily Alexander and Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, or my video that I did on civility politics that goes much deeper into that specific colonialist history in relation to gender. The important thing to take away, though, is that many of these broader and different understandings of gender existed before and still exist today, such as the wide variety of gender roles often placed under the umbrella term of two-spirit in indigenous groups in the United States.
Each nation's understanding of gender and sexual diversity is different and grounded in specific spiritual beliefs.
Ultimately, all of this doesn't matter to the film because the idea that trans or non-binary people are new feels correct to an audience that has continually been primed with the idea that transgender people are a fad that is increasing to seemingly epidemic levels, recently invading our culture.
We're also having an epidemic of girls transitioning more than boys.
Yet that only appears to be the case due to the active suppression of queer, trans, and gender diverse histories from the mainstream, due to its erasure by centuries of colonialist work, both within colonized nations and in Western European culture itself. The film even makes wild claims such as,
let's see, Heretical Response says, to be a eunuch meant nobility in ancient Egypt. Wasn't there something, what was it, like eunuch Quakers? No, not eunuchs. There was... I can't remember if it was like Quakers or something like that. They were called... There was like a group of them. They were called like the people of the universe or something. The public universal friend. Yes, the public universal friend. Born of Quaker parents. So this actually was like a historical non-binary person that I think is interesting. It's the public universal friend between 1752 and 1819. So the public universal friend was born in Rhode Island on November 29th, 1752. They were identified as female at birth, named Jemima Wilkinson. The friend was the 8th child of 12. They were only 8 years old when their mother died. And let's see, the parents were Quakers. And they had their own idea of like, you know, living life. So a few years later, after becoming like intensely like religious, in 1776, the friend fell ill with a contagious and deadly fever that spread throughout their community. The friend survived, but they were transformed by the experience. They told their family that they died and the Spirit of God had brought them back to life as a new person who was neither male or female. This new person was called the Public Universal Friend and lived only to serve God. The friend refused to respond to the name Jemima Wilkinson. They dressed in a combination of male and female clothing, including vests, neckties, and skirts. They kept their hair short and on top of their head, with ringlets in the back. And almost immediately after their rebirth, the friend began to preach publicly about their spiritual awakening. Their family's Quaker meeting did not believe their story and dismissed them from the community, but the friend was not deterred. They traveled throughout New England and mid-Atlantic regions and continued to preach, slowly building their own community of followers known to be who became known as Universal Friends. So the Friends began to publish advice for their followers, guidelines that they wanted their followers to live by. They encouraged the Universal Friends to honor God's teachings, treat others as they wish to be treated, and pursue a righteous and peaceful life. The Friends' teachings were not radically different from those of other leaders of the First Great Awakening, but their non-gendered identity and their insistence that they had a direct connection to God through their rebirth made them quite unique. So, interesting. Interesting story.
This. Some mom told me that in her daughter's class, there was only 2 students in the class that identified as a heterosexual out of probably a class of 35.
Wow, fuck, that's wild, right? To go from almost no queer students to suddenly everyone is gay now. I even heard that there was a kid who identified as a cat in one school, and the school put out litter boxes for them. Wild, right? Sadly, as most of us probably know by now, that last one was an actual rumor that got mainstream right-wing attention that didn't actually turn out to be the case.
There's a school in Texas that someone identified, you ready for this, for a cat, and they made them put out a litter box.
The other students
that never
teachers
happened.
Should not have to be put through that.
This is the film doing what right-wing...
What it was is there were, like, tubs of cat litter in the bathroom, but they were meant for, like, blocking the door in case of, like, a school shooter. Like, they weren't there for kids to take a shit in.
Narratives often do. Use supposed anecdotal claims that have no factual basis but play off of preconceived biases that have been built up in their audiences. In actual truth, though, it's estimated that only 300,000, or 1.4%, of teens identify as transgender in the United States. Similarly, only 1 in 4 high school students identify as LGBTQ in some way, according to the CDC, not 33 in 35, as the film anecdotally makes it seem. These numbers are higher than they've been in the past few decades, but most experts put that up to increased availability and accessibility to LGBTQ education online and elsewhere, meaning more students have the words to articulate what they may have been feeling regardless. Yet none of that matters over the feeling the documentary is positioning as fact. All of it is centered on anxieties and fears parents will have over their children, believing their child must have just encountered something new, some external fad that made them suddenly run against what their parents thought of them as. Further, the film, and many anti-trans narratives, let's be fair, never address the fact that the LGBTQ community actually describes a vast number of distinct identities. It then creates a false dichotomy of LGBTQ or straight, or in their mind, not normal or normal, without acknowledging that straightness describes one identity, while the queer community encompasses numerous. And this, of course, allows a false binary us versus them dichotomy to be created. Speaking of that framing though, this narrative of young people suddenly becoming trans raises the question the film quickly tries to answer. Where do kids get these ideas? And the answer is teachers.
It follows
Really?
a pattern.
Not TikTok? Because usually that's the answer, is TikTok. Why is my sound off? Is it? It totally looks like it is. I don't know why that shit's doing that. Oh well.
And that was the first entrance point for me to figure out something's going on at the school.
A lot of the children and teenagers and high schoolers that are questioning their gender and having gender identity crisis are being driven by the teachers.
Those evil damn teachers. I remember you, Mrs. Williams. I know you taught me to be trans like this. That's why you gave me a C in U.S. history. We even get this dramatization I showed you before of Evan's teacher starting the semester just talking about John Money.
So today we're gonna talk a bit about genders. You know, the term gender identity, it was coined by psychiatrist Professor Robert J. Stoller in 1964. And then it was popularized by psychologist John Money.
Hey, middle schoolers, welcome to your first day of class. Let's talk about John Money. I'm sorry, I just can't. I just can't. Maybe none of you find this as funny as I do, but I cannot tell you how much I laughed watching this movie for the first time. It's the funniest fucking thing ever.
Suffer from gender dysphoria. And
Nobody's
does anyone know
doing
what it
that
is?
in classrooms. No teacher is doing that in classrooms. They're not like, okay, kids, let's talk about, like, extreme nuances in gender.
Yes, Sarah.
It means if you're like born as a boy, but you're actually a girl in a boy's body, right?
Anyways, I spoke to an actual education employee who works in a progressive school district here in the United States to talk about their experiences with how parents, even in more capital L liberal areas, fell into this concern surrounding trans people, and for their safety, I'm not going to be sharing their name, and an actor is going to be recording their words, and you'll be hearing their comments a few times throughout this video.
The twisting of what is taught also surprised me. For example, explaining to kids that there are some people in the world and in our community who don't identify as a girl or a boy, that you don't have to be a boy to be an Air Force pilot or a girl to be a nurse, was twisted into, you want my boy to become a girl. Teachers want them to have surgery and change their names. And let's be honest, they sincerely believe it is what is happening. And it's terrifying. It comes from a genuine fear bred by the same fearmongers on YouTube or TV. And when people are scared, you can't reason with them. Again, it's very few people, but they're so loud that they give you the impression that they're the only ones existing. Nobody ever sends praises anymore, so it's easy to forget that many people are happy with our work.
Sorry about that.
The goal of this drama is not to build empathy for trans people's authentic lived experiences, as it so claims, but to dramatize the projected fears of parents surrounding their children exploring a potential trans identity that right-wing narratives prey upon. Speaking of right-wing narratives, the film presents the history of one John Money through Miriam Grossman.
And this is where gender-affirming care comes from. In fact, the only study intended to prove this theory of gender identity being separate from biology failed miserably, and that was the study that John Money did with the famous twins, the Reamer twins.
John Money is being presented here as the creator of modern-day gender ideology, playing again to this idea that not only is being trans something new, but also explicitly being pushed by an external malicious force who generated it.
Money's theory was widely accepted within psychology and psychiatry and sociology, and gender studies was based on his fraudulent research.
So let's talk about John Money. First and foremost, Money didn't create gender identity, nor was his clinic the first to provide gender-affirming care. While he did found one of the first institutional gender identity clinics in the United States at Johns Hopkins University in 1966, numerous other academic centers had been discussed since the early 1960s in order to research and provide care to transgender patients who had even been studied as far back as the 1910s when a trans man and doctor, Alan Hart, underwent a hysterectomy in 1910. Johns Hopkins University's clinic was one of numerous that sprang up around this time, leading to the foundation of much of the research on trans people that we currently have today. And we already spoke about societies that had multiple gender roles for centuries, but beyond that, you can still find numerous evidence of gender nonconforming and non-binary folks throughout United States histories, especially in underserved and stigmatized communities who often felt less overt pressure to conform to a rigid gender binary in a country that was already ostracizing them. Even if we broaden out to a European context, there was also Magnus Hirschfeld, who founded the Institute of Sex Research in 1919 in Germany, which studied transgender people and homosexuality, mirroring Weimar Germany itself's institutional, if nominal, acceptance of transgender identities. Weimar German government even allowed some citizens to change gender markers on their government documents, similar to how some states allow people to do that in the US.
With this diagnosis, the trans person would go to the police headquarters and get a photo ID stating that they are transvestite. The document would be stamped by the police chief. If this trans person were walking down the street and the police stopped them, they could show their transvestite ID, and the police would refrain from arresting and charging them.
Hirschfeld even coined the term transsexualism, which over the decades led to the word transgender. And it should be even clear that Hirschfeld was only studying people that he saw already existing in Weimar Germany around him. He did not generate the idea of being transgender, just provided some of the first study of transgender people in Western Europe. Much of his work was destroyed when the Nazis burned his clinic in the 1930s.
So he didn't invent being trans. He noticed people were already doing that, and he decided to identify what the fuck it is. Why my allergies are going nuts all of a sudden? Holy shit. Also, I feel like my audio is out of sync a little bit. Oh well.
As they rose to power, arguing that the Jewish Magnus Hirschfeld was trying to corrupt Aryan bloodlines by turning fertile Aryans gay and transgender, one of the many anti-Semitic narratives used by the Nazis to uphold their authoritarianism and fascism, that was justified through eugenic ideals of a superior race that could be bred through the Aryan bloodline, one that was, according to Nazi propaganda, being intentionally diluted by the inhuman Jews. And by the way, keep the connection between anti-Semitism and anti-trans hate in your mind, by the way, because we'll sadly be returning to it by the end of this video. But for now, the main takeaway of this is just to show how gender variant history was repeatedly attacked and erased, thus allowing further colonialist societies to claim that gender variance was new, despite it existing as long as humans have existed. Returning to John Money, he was a sexologist who became most famous for his case with David Reimer, which Grossman herself centers upon. Soon after he was born in 1966, David Reimer as a baby suffered a botched circumcision, so Money then convinced Reimer's parents to surgically alter Reimer and raise him as a girl. Money, after many years, praised the experiment as a success, but David eventually identified as a boy and chose to detransition to reverse the one that was performed on him as a kid without his consent.
Riveted to this story you're about to hear. It is the ultimate in that you can't make somebody be something they're not.
After this, the media sensationalized David's story, and tragically, David died by suicide at the age of 38 due to severe depression.
Laura says the cat thing actually did happen in a very small town near me. We're in Washington with them putting cat litter box in the closet for the girl. Is there any documentation about that? I don't know. I'm skeptical. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just saying I'm skeptical of the actual truth of it.
So I want to be very clear here, fuck John Money. He was an asshole and did terrible fucking things. Gender transformation and many right-wing anti-trans narratives focus in on Reimer's case because it is helpful to play into their idea that the idea of gender is genetically innate and is being manipulated by institutional science and its practitioners like money or the healthcare system, a narrative that is eventually in their minds funneled down to teachers who begin to sell that narrative to children. David, so the anti-trans narratives like to tell, knew deep down that he was a boy because of his biology, no matter what surgeries or hormones a sinister man like Money tried to do to him for his own perverted ends. Yet, in actuality, Reimer's case showcases much deeper issues. David's social gender and biological sex characteristics were assigned against his will at birth. His abuse at the hands of Money and his own parents' decisions, which is similar to how numerous intersex folks are often forced to undergo surgeries before they are old enough to consent, by the way, underscores how forcing children to identify against their will, both in terms of their biology and in the way they wish to present their gender to themselves and to others, ultimately causes profound mental and physical harm.
I didn't do it because I liked it. I did it because I wanted so desperately to fit in because I was so lonely.
That is the main takeaway that we should have from David Reimer's story. And this idea has been proven over and over and over and over again by numerous studies done more scientifically and ethically than John Money ever did. David's story also emphasizes how gender, sexuality, and self-expression are part of a complicated interplay of biological, social, and environmental factors, rather than biological or social factors being the sole distinguishers of one's gender alone. We constantly try to come up with a transgender gene or a boy and girl brain that explains transgender people, or saying parents or teachers or scientists are the ones that make people trans, when in actuality we see that non-binary and gender diverse people come out of numerous different factors. Nothing is ever so simple. It's why it's proven that helping people who identify as trans figure out how they wish to present and exist within the world, both physically and socially, in their own unique way, individual to each person, instead of trying to force them down a predetermined path, regardless of if it's through medical, social, or biological means, has proven to increase the quality of life, reduce suicidal ideation, and save lives. All of this highlights how gender transformations attempts to frame a Western cultural conception of binary genders as both natural and long-running, while transgender issues and an understanding of genders outside of a binary perspective are abnormal, recent, and manufactured by a medical system, when in reality it was the exact opposite. Trans, non-binary, and intersex folks whose biological sex did not align with a binary conception have always existed, though in different forms based on their own cultural contexts. It was a Western culture and colonialization that attempted to codify gender as something inflexible and innate based on your genetic code, coming out of eugenics ideals. We cut back to Abigail Martinez telling the story of the real-life Andrew, stating that he suffered from depression due to bullying, something we see occur in the dramatization.
Laura says, I don't know about the documentation, I just know people from the town with kids in the school, long story. Sorry. Well, don't be sorry you mentioned it. I can't prove it and have lived in a very redneck country who were very embarrassed by the whole thing and would never wanted it to be documented. Well, I don't know. We don't know then. I mean, at this point, it's a rumor. I just can't imagine a school district, like, actually doing that.
13, I believe, is when she was struggling with depression.
Hey, how was school, honey?
Fine.
I made your favorite dish.
I'm not hungry.
Further, we constantly see the fictional Evan on his phone, learning about being trans from it or playing with gender identity through it. This leads Evan, representing Andrew, to attend a counselor session where this occurs.
I look at my brother and everything seems so easy for him. And I just feel confused.
Do you think you'd be happier as a boy?
I don't know. Maybe.
You should join this club.
Hot fucking damn. Let me just say this. If this were an actual therapy session, we should all be calling for that therapist's credentials to be revoked. Because
oh yeah, no, fuck yeah. Like that's not how therapy's supposed to run. Therapists aren't supposed to sit there and be like, well, I think you're this, or I think this is happening to you. Like, that's not how therapy works.
here we are seeing this therapist leading Evan to a specific conclusion and outcome that the therapist had predetermined, and in a pretty overt and comical way at that, instead of letting the client lead the session and express their actual emotions. It's clear that in the way this scene is presented, Evan is just discussing the general ways that he sees the sexist distinctions in society around him that make him upset, which the therapist then manipulates into causing Evan to question his gender. It's a simple yet effective manipulation not done just by the therapist, but by the scene itself in terms of how it presents this as an actual thing that happens to an audience. Because it needs to be said, first and foremost, this is rarely, if ever, how young folks encounter the idea that they may be trans. Most students have found that students generally have started questioning their gender identity before going to teachers, therapists, healthcare professionals, or other adults in authority around them. Secondly, and this is very important, the way this scene depicted this healthcare professional dealing with transgender identity falls well outside the actual recommended guidelines for how healthcare professionals are supposed to interact and treat gender identity issues. The most recent edition of the WPATH Standards of Care for the Health of Transgender and Gender Diverse People, which are the generally accepted guidelines for medical professionals in the United States for transgender care, clearly states,
Statement 6.2. We recommend healthcare professionals working with gender-diverse adolescents facilitate the exploration and expression of gender openly and respectfully so that no one particular identity is favored.
Essentially, what that is...
There's actually a professional guideline of treating trans youth, like, or children questioning their gender. Like, there's a guided, like, medical way to approach that called the WPATH files, like the WPATH files. But that's being held under scrutiny, and the problem is like, how do you know, like, all doctors treating children with gender dysphoria or whatever are actually very knowledgeable or well studied into that? You know, it's like going to your general practitioner for nutritional advice. Like, they probably took nutrition like for a semester in college, but that's like as far as their extent of nutrition goes, right? Like, really, you want to go to like a nutritionist.
Saying is that while a healthcare professional should respect a child's stated gender identity when that child tells it to them, the professional's goal should be to allow as safe an environment as possible for the child to explore their gender identity safely without judgment, nor with a stated end goal or direction for them to move in, as adolescents have differing ways and paces that they explore a possible or many possible gender identities.
The majority of children with gender dysphoria will not grow up to be transgender adolescents or adults. But I think the challenge is that we're not able to definitively predict for whom gender dysphoria will continue and for those that it may not continue.
But there is growing consensus that the more intense gender dysphoria is in childhood, the more likely it is to persist, and that puberty itself can also be a telling predictor.
However, young teens, 13, 14-year-olds, those who are distraught by the changes in their bodies, they are most likely at the start of a true trans journey. They're asking themselves questions, and all of a sudden they're in contact with a dozen other teens who are going to say, well, I did this, I took this drug, I saw this surgeon, my life's been transformed, it's amazing. I think we have to be wary of all that, as it gives them points of reference that might not be their own. I believe they should have time to reflect.
The goal of a healthcare professional should be to let the child guide the path, not the way that this therapist leads Evan to a specific conclusion. Now, to be fair, not all therapists and educators and professional healthcare people may be educated on the most recent guidelines, but this is why we need to educate therapists, teachers, and other professionals more about trans-affirming care, not give them less, as the documentary and many anti-trans arguments attempt to persuade people to believe.
I had to care for a trans student before even being educated enough about what they were going through then. They still like me, so I guess I did okay. My guiding principle is kindness. I didn't walk the path myself, and I won't feel all the pain nor all the joy, but I can be there holding hands. And I'll be here to celebrate. I will give the light I have to see the obstacles coming. Sometimes it may not be enough. I think it's like caring for anybody. Do not assume. Listen, learn, read, ask, find knowledgeable people, and be there. Be a voice. I know how tiring it can be to not be heard. And I try to be here emotionally, but also practically. Do you need a place that is not a shared locker room to adjust your binder after PE? I'll find you a spot. I'll make sure nobody barges in on you. You don't know how to talk to the new nurse? I got you. You are uneasy about the cabin arrangement at the camp? I will find a solution. I let their concerns guide me, not the other way around. Unfortunately, most facilities are still not friendly to trans kids, and it took me some time to realize this, so I do my best to find solutions and push for better long-term solutions. In a broader context, I hope it prompts acceptance in the community by modeling positivity and dismantling misconceptions.
Which would be a more healthy way to approach trans care.
I'm not afraid So why are you? See? Everything is fine.
Moving on, the only study briefly name-dropped by gender transformation occurs right after this moment.
There's been studies by Lisa Littman and also the National Academy of France who are very concerned about social media influence. Kids watching, YouTube and seeing someone who's taken testosterone or had a mastectomy. And if you have this mental condition and you see someone, wow, I'm euphoric after I had my breast removed, that sounds like the answer.
This mentioned study is, of course, because it always is, referring to Lisa Lightman's study on rapid onset gender dysphoria. For those of you who don't know what ROGD is at this point, it's a junk science theory that attempts to argue that culture, trans influencers online like myself, or children's peers are what is making children spontaneously turn transgender as a fad, influenced by social media and peer pressure as well.
Transgender, it sounds so harmless. And it's made very, very cool through the media, through TikTok, through Reddit, through Tumblr, through Instagram, through Facebook, through Twitter.
ROGD is completely bunk, as it was created by a research paper in 2017 by the aforementioned Lisa Lightman, based on a study that Lightman conducted that only surveyed blogs run by parents worried that their children were turning transgender. So it was very much begging the question. As John Oliver himself put it,
it's like citing a study claiming that all postal workers are terrifying hell demons sent to attack your family, but then learning that the researchers only surveyed a collection of anxious dogs. That's some heavy sampling bias that clearly skews your results.
It should be mentioned that the blogs that ROGD based itself on were frequented by the same types of parents that Gender Transformations is marketing itself to. Many scientific organizations widely criticized Lightman's paper, and numerous other studies after the fact with better run methodologies even came to opposite conclusions as that paper. Despite this though, Lightman's work is often cited by anti-trans organizations from PragerU to the Daily Wire to Gender Transformations to lend a supposed scientific credence to the idea of a cultural contamination of transgender influence. This leads to Gender Transformations generating the false anxiety that kids are being manipulated into identifying as trans due to social media, cultural pressures, teachers, and therapists.
There's this weird narrative of trans people convincing themselves that they're trans or their friends convincing them that they're trans. Most of us, certainly every single trans person I have talked to, went through this phase of intense denial of no, that's not me. I can't be trans. Absolutely not. I'm just cis and confused. I'm just cis.
Oh yeah, I definitely went through that phase. I was just I've definitely been through wait a minute, no, that can't be right. But when I felt that, I'm I also felt the same way when I realized I was pansexual or that I was first attracted to women. When I first realized that, the initial response within myself was oh my God, no, you can't do that. That's wrong. You can't think that way. It's just this natural, pre-programmed from cultural norms of how to respond to those kinds of things.
Confused, it's what we want, because we don't want to deal with all the bullshit that goes along with being a trans person. Mm-hmm. But of course, here we are.
Yeah. All of this narrative that we have been discussing so far is given further supposed credence by the film's next presented guest speakers in the talking head sections, the several young detransitioners that the film introduces us to: Chloe Cole, Abel Garcia, Kat Caddison, and David Bacon. All four of these detransitioners present the idea that they were pushed and guided into identifying as transgender by a teacher, social media, a therapist, or someone else in adult authority above them, but later regretted it and suffered long-term mental and physical harm as a result.
I think having both college professors and my peers validate my belief that I could be a man in a female body, I think it did push me over the edge to transition.
Now, these detransitioner stories will be continually referred to throughout the film, echoing Abigail Martinez's story about her son and Evan's fictional narrative about the real-life Andrew. So, considering that it's such a heavy part of the film, we must pause to consider who these detransitioners are and why they're here in this story. Let's start with that second part, the why they're here. Narratives that transgender affirming care is harmful to children often lean on the statement or implication that detransitioning in transgender people is widespread, with even some claiming that thousands of transgender youth regret transition, with numbers even up to 80 to 90% of the trans community being cited on places like Fox News, 7 News in Australia, and even the state of Montana's legislative hearings against transgender care.
And it was not disclosed to her family or to her that for example, teenage transitioners desist from transition at a 80 to 90% rate, that the majority of people who go through this regret it later on.
This incredibly wild and high claim often proves to be intentionally overblown or anecdotal. For example, when the state of Florida attempted to pass anti-gender affirming care laws arguing that there was a wave of detransitioners, the state could actually not find a single detransitioner to bring to support the claim, despite Florida having an estimated 90,000 transgender populace. We could also look at Jamie Reed, who is an employee at a Missouri gender clinic, who claimed to be a whistleblower who kept a list of detransitioners who were treated there. But when people looked at that list, it actually only contained 16 names out of the 1,200 transgender people that were
only 16 patients out of all those fucking patients detransitioned
were treated at the clinic. Or in other words, only 1% of the people that were treated at the
clinic.
So
1%.
Only 2 were substantiated by the New York Times. Many, including 60 Minutes itself, try to cite the r/dtrans subreddit, which has 50,000 subscribers, to try to argue that there is a large detransitioner populace.
We found a Reddit detransition support group with over 19,000 members worldwide.
But a poll on the subreddit hints that most in the group are probably just curious about the subject and not actually...
Yeah, that doesn't... Yeah, exactly. Oh, we found a Reddit group with this many people in it. It's like, that doesn't mean that every single one of those people is a detransitioner. As we see here, a poll conducted shows that the majority of them were people that were just checking it out of curiosity. Like, very, very little.
Detransitioners themselves. If we turn to more trusted sources, a 2015 survey by the National Center for Transgender Equality found that only 0.4% of respondents had detransitioned because they thought that transition wasn't right for them. A 50-year Swedish study published in 2015 found that only 2% of people that participated regretted transitioning. This number is substantially lower than the 17% of people who get cosmetic plastic surgeries and later regret it, for example, a fact that does not lead to an outlawing of said surgeries. But when it's potentially up to 2% of trans people, most of whom aren't getting surgeries themselves, by the way, that's when we argue that we need to stop all of transition-related surgeries and care. In the end, the detransitioner issue, compared to the 1.6 million transgender people who live in the United States, is relatively small. Despite this, Gender Transformation offers up 4 young detransitioners and never interviews the predominant amount of transgender people who end up having happier and healthier outcomes due to trans-affirming care, displaying what most anti-trans narratives attempt to do, overemphasizing detransitioner stories to make it appear like a larger-scale problem. I want to be very clear that I'm not arguing that detransitioner stories are not important, not in the slightest. I think it is actually very, very important that we listen to and discuss detransitioner stories as part of the ongoing discussion surrounding transgender-affirming healthcare. But
because detransitioner stories are going to help show where treating trans people needs to be improved.
What this means, though,
how we can better assess the treatment that people need,
is that detransitioner stories are not arguments for less trans-affirming healthcare to be given, as they are often propped up to argue for, but for more and better trans-affirming care. Let's take Abel's story, for example. Abel states that he had a letter for hormone replacement therapy to go on to estrogen from his therapist right after his first session.
I told the therapist, I think I might be transgender, but I don't really know and I need your help. Immediately, she affirmed me as a transgender woman. And when I asked her why so quickly, she said she did not want to gatekeep me. And she had my letter to transition right away with hormones on my first session with her.
If we are to take him at his word, his medical professional was either not educated on or didn't care to follow the...
Well, exactly. Your doctor said, well, I think you might be transgender. Like, that wasn't his own idea. It's important for it to be the person's own idea. It shouldn't be led by medical professionals.
Trans-affirming care proper guidelines. According to the WPATH, to seek medical intervention of any sort, be it hormones, surgery, or puberty blockers, the child must be the one to request it, which Abel seems to imply that he did not, as he states that he was only questioning at the time. Additionally, the WPATH recommends that the child be given a complete biosociological assessment in a supportive environment before getting said care. Their gender incongruence should be marked beforehand as well, and clear and sustained over a period of time, as well as be officially diagnosed as per the ICD-11, along with numerous other factors. If the medical professional that was working with Abel had followed any of those guidelines, he may not have undergone a transition that he later regretted. And all of these detransitioners share similar stories about medical professionals who did not follow recommended guidelines for trans-affirming care, proving again the need for more, not less, access to transgender care and education and legislation that supports transgender-affirming care.
I realized that, like, yes, I did want to pursue care. And what that looked like was a 6-month waiting period with appointments with a doctor who specializes in trans care, knowing that I had seen a psychologist, and every single time checking in and being like, okay, so we're coming up to, you know, like, you're going to go on testosterone, you're a consenting adult, here are all the side effects, here's everything that you can come to expect, here are some possible complications, here's what the surgical process looks like. If you would like to access that, that's going to be another step that you have to take. I have to approve that, blah, blah, blah. Took me through all of those things. And then leading up to my first shot of testosterone, it was 3 appointments, 3 weeks apart, 6 months after I had started this process. And this is informed consent. And this is because this province...
As an adult, too. Yeah.
As an adult, yeah. And it's because this province has good trans healthcare. So they have all the resources in place to make sure that it's not just, oh, you have a case of the genders, here's your testosterone, off you go. Like, that's what happens when you don't have good trans healthcare.
It is incredibly important to not fall into the binary mindset of just because the right wing props up detransitioner narratives in order to argue for less trans-affirming care, that we who support trans-affirming care should not care about detransitioners. It's important to not ignore their stories, but to pay attention to them, to learn how to better understand how to treat transgender people, where there are failings, and how best to guide everyone, trans or not, to happy and healthy outcomes. On top of all this, another thing that detransitioners bring up in conjunction with the film's ongoing narrative is the implication that their desire to transition did not come from being trans, but due to other internal factors that they were misdiagnosed with being trans for.
Wouldn't it be better to try to resolve the underlying cause of the depression? I mean, she's a child. She has her whole life in front of her.
Most importantly, your child is clearly showing signs of being suicidal.
Abel and Chloe Cole argue that being autistic caused them to think that they were trans.
A lot of my teachers and some school staff would tell my parents, like,
Really?
hey, your kid has some autistic symptoms and I think you should get her checked out. But when
Really, the anti-trans people are going to correlate, like, questioning your gender with, like, secretly and seededly being, like, autistic, and also treating autistic people like they have no understanding of themselves or no way to consciously grasp their own identity. These people are awful. These people are just, like, wicked and manipulative, I swear to God.
they did, my pediatrician would just completely dismiss this concern.
Kat Caddison also argues that her eating disorder was ignored in favor of just saying that she was trans.
I asked my parents to take me to a gender therapist. He affirmed me immediately. He just sort of overlooked my eating disorder and my other mental health issues that I had.
Walter Hare, an older detransitioner, tells a story of how he was sexually assaulted, which he believes led him to desire to transition in order to gain a sense of control over his body after that horrific event.
His adopted brother began to sexually molest me, and then I went to a gender specialist. When he met with me and said, you need hormones and you need surgery to resolve this conflict that you have about your gender. Well, the truth was, it was never about gender. I learned this. It was always about what happened with a purple dress and being sexually abused. And no one was addressing this.
Now, first and foremost, it should be said that none of these things preclude someone from being trans. You can be autistic, you can have an eating disorder, you can have been sexually assaulted, and still be transgender as well. Secondly, if the healthcare professionals of these detransitioners had followed current transgender healthcare standards, these things would have been discussed in...
Yeah, exactly. So what it sounds like is these healthcare providers did not follow, like, the recommended guide written by actual experts, like, on this situation. Which just shows that there's a lot of flaws in the medical system, which happens to everybody for a lot of things. It's not a perfect system, okay? Doctors aren't perfect, unfortunately.
In conjunction with their potential gender identities, not pushed to the side. The WPATH expressly recommends that all healthcare professionals receive training and develop expertise in common mental health issues that children face, including autism spectrum disorders. So again, this is an argument for better transgender healthcare. But what's more apparent is that the film is presenting these options as a way to point to familiar narratives that are often wielded to delegitimize transgender identities. Let's point to the most obvious and evident, the idea that sexual assault causes transness. Walter Hare's description of his childhood assault is horrific, and perhaps his narrative that he tried to transition to escape his childhood trauma is his truth. Yet, framing this as a typical occurrence is inaccurate and downright disgustingly harmful. While studies show that transgender people, especially Black and Indigenous trans women, are more likely to be victims of sexual violence because they are trans, not causing it, numerous other studies on top of that show sexual abuse does not have a link to someone coming out as trans later in life. What this is actually just a regurgitation of a long-standing homophobic narrative that queer people recruit new children to homosexuality through child abuse, perhaps most epitomized in the 1970s by anti-gay political campaigner Anita Bryant in her statement, quote,
"Gays can't reproduce, they have to recruit."
Around the same time, in the 1970s, ex-gay movements propped up by far-right Catholic groups featured detransition homosexuals arguing that they had been groomed into homosexuality, echoing the rhetoric of modern-day detransitioners like Walter Hare, or the narrative of a social fad and contagion amongst youth that films like Gender Transformation argue is happening today for transgender people.
You've been lied to. You were not born this way and you can heal.
Anthony Falzerano is preaching one of the more controversial and politically incorrect gospels of the day. Homosexuals are made, not born, he says.
How many of you in this room were sexualized before the age of 18?
Through inappropriate early exposure to sexuality, an emotionally absent father.
That's such a generalized question. How many of you were sexualized before the age of 18? I'm pretty sure more than most than not have in some way, shape, or form? That's such a generalized question. That's so weird.
These ex-gay movements...
I mean, have you, chat? Were any of you sexualized before the age of 18? Like, that's such a generalized question. I feel like anybody of any, like, identity could answer that. But what would that even, like, fucking lead to in the sense of, like, questioning your gender?
Used to justify gay conversion therapy camps, often run by Catholic organizations. These conversion therapy camps were incredibly harmful to the numerous LGBTQ people who were put through them, causing them lifelong mental health trauma.
It is so subtle and so insidious in some places that you don't even recognize that you've been damaged from it.
This created a lot of dissonance for me, between me and my family members.
For about 12 years, I was suicidally depressed.
Leading to the modern-day movement of attempting to ban conversion therapy throughout the United States and the UK. However, while there has been some success to ban conversion therapy for sexuality, it is still actively being pushed for transgender people today, such as in the UK, where a bill that was...
Yeah, Cassie says teen girls are constantly, like, sexualized. Well, they use that as an excuse as to why they think some are magically turning non-binary or trans mask or into trans men. They're just like, oh, they just couldn't take the pressure of being a girl, so they just decided magically to remove their breasts before they even understand what being a girl really is. It's like, it's a very insidious argument. That one guy looked like Orville Redenbacher. We are watching this at a faster speed, by the way, so this is gonna, like, finish quicker than not. Oops. In fact, maybe I'll try just a little bit faster, but if it's, like, too fast, we'll slack it back. Let's try that.
Attempting to ban conversion therapy was denied coverage to trans people as well, despite numerous studies showing that conversion therapy for trans people is just as harmful as it is for the rest of the queer community, all built around a repackaged version of the ex-gay movement rhetoric.
For trans people, they're proposing that they keep conversion therapy going, which is absolutely disgusting. They're trying to split the LGBT community from the trans community, and I'm here to protest against that to ensure...
I don't know, what do you think, chat? Is that too fast? Should I slack it back? Is that too fast? I almost feel like it's almost too fast, but it's, like, slow enough to where, like, I can still get it, but I have to, like, read at the same time. You let me know if it's, like, feel like chipmunks are teaching you trans. Well, the pitch isn't going up. Here, we'll slack it back too, but it's still sped up, so this is going to go by quicker than it says.
That conversion therapy is banned for trans people as well.
Moving on, as for Kat's argument that her eating disorder was her main problem, again, this doesn't preclude her being trans. Studies have shown that transgender people are actually more likely to face a greater risk of developing an eating disorder, up to 4 times more likely, often stemming from body dysphoria related to their gender identity. This brings us back finally to the claim that autism causes transness. This is one that is hinted at and emphasized several times throughout the documentary.
I had a lot of underlying issues before transitioning. When I was younger, I was diagnosed with ADHD, but I believe that I actually have autism, and I didn't really get consultation for that until after I stopped transitioning.
Well, that really sucks.
17.
This is unsurprising, given that the idea that autism might be the cause of being trans often crops up in arguments around trans people not really being trans, such as we can see in gender-critical feminist Abigail Schreier's Irreversible Damage book.
Many of the parents I spoke to told me their children had some version of high-functioning autism. In the course of researching this book, I learned 2 disturbing facts about autism and its treatment. Like gender dysphoria, the diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder has skyrocketed in the last decade, and many clinicians specializing in autism are actively...
Correlation does not imply causation. Come on, that's grade school shit.
...encouraging gender exploration in their autism patients. They may all be right, but I couldn't help wondering whether the process of diagnosis wasn't itself altering the outcome, helping to convince suggestible daughters that there really was something wrong with them.
God, fuck. Oh, you always give me the gross shit.
This fear that autism causes transness is linked to a few different things that are actually based in scientific fact. The foremost of which is that studies have found that 14% of transgender people are diagnosed as autistic versus only 1% of the general population. However, there have been no definitive findings about why this might actually be the case. Despite that though, those arguing against gender-affirming care for trans people often argue that being trans is just an intentionally done misdiagnosed autism. And they use a few different arguments to make this claim. The first argument that they make is that autistic people are more likely to have a binary dichotomy way of thinking and are more more likely to be able to be hoodwinked into believing that they are actually transgender.
I think people who have black and white thinking and cling to rigid social rules are more likely to be hoodwinked by people who want to do them harm. Does that not bother you? People who cling to rules are more likely to buy into ideologies that enforce them. Gender is one example of this. It reinforces gender norms.
Another argument they make is that autistic people who experience sensory perception issues are more likely to experience discomfort with their changing bodies during puberty, and then might wrongfully conflate this discomfort with being transgender. Now, these arguments were debunked by several studies, including this one, which highlights that there is a higher number of non-binary identifying autistic trans people than there are non-binary allistic or non-autistic folks, which disproves the argument that autistic people are likely to conform to gender expectations. It's also worth noting that that first argument is based on the infantilization of autistic people, that were more likely to be hoodwinked by someone else, but we'll come back to that later. Secondly though, numerous studies found that there was a lower rate of autistic transgender people who experience sensory aversions than there are cisgender autistic people who experience the same, disproving the idea that discomfort with bodily perception during puberty is the reason that we are seeing more autistic transgender folks. In truth, there may be many reasons, and perhaps even reasons working in conjunction with each other, that explain why we see a higher rate of transgender autistic folks than allistic folks, that are better explained through a correlation of these traits, not an assumed causation. For example, autism diagnoses in children has increased in the past decade, especially in those seen as girls, due to a more significant study of autism as it presents outside of cisgender boys, who were the primary folks studied for decades until very recently when it came to autism. Secondly, studies have found that autistic people are more likely to be self-aware of how they do not fit into gender expectations placed upon them by society, and thus less likely to conform to them, but instead just be themselves, thus allowing us to be more ready and faster able to understand that we are trans before our allistic peers. This would mean that there are no more transgender autistic folks than there are allistic folks, just more autistic folks who realize that they are transgender before their allistic peers. And I'd recommend this wonderful video by Ponderful or this book by Laura Kate Dale for more info on that specific topic. However, despite this clear showcase that autism does not delegitimize a transgender identity, the reason both gender transformations and other anti-trans narratives constantly bring up this link between autism and being trans is quite apparent. It's an attempt to use an ableist infantilization of autistic people to argue that autistic trans people are not really trans, and that we're also not able to make determinations about our own self and body.
A lot of girls. That's so sad. You see how, like, it's not just like a hate and a discrimination against trans people, but like autistic people as well. And then against just like girls in general, and cis girls and cis boys, because it brings up the narrative that girls are feeble and unable to like really understand themselves, and boys are just like having a bad experience of masculinity. You know, they don't have a father figure, or they're just gay. They need to just accept they're gay.
Girls who are high functioning autistic, you know, they tend to fixate. And they are particularly susceptible to fixating on the idea that they might be a boy when it's introduced to them. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And they are one part of this phenomenon, but they're a big part.
It literally just said, and here comes the ableism, like after a certain, because I was waiting for it. I was like, when are we going to mention autism? Ah, yes, there it is. There's the autism. It hits my brain like a bowling ball. And I'm just like, so just the many different things going on here. Just So they specifically go after these autistic girls because they can combine this erasure of AFAB autistic people with the misogyny of, you know, like, oh, think of the children, oh, these poor, like, confused girls who are being, you know, and then being lost to this like transgender craze so that they can't be like broodmares for society anymore. Sorry, scratch that last part. Like the way that they do that thing, the way it converges with this weird misogyny that they express, it's this almost like validation, but then they take it away thing where they act like they say, you know, these teenage girls want to be boys because their life would be easier. So are you saying that if they transition, then yes, they are boys? And it, like, are you recognizing that that is exactly what is happening and then their lives improve? Because then they'll say like, no, you'll never be a boy. You'll never be a man. You're definitely still like, you are biologically female and that's how your life is going to be forever. It's like, can you guys make up your mind? Can you can you pick one?
Yeah.
Because that is something that, and maybe I'm not explaining it well, but I've tried to wrap my head around it many, many, many times when dealing with TERFs.
It's always brought up in a way to remove agency from the person who is coming out. And it's like, why is this relevant? The only way it's relevant is to infantilize the person, to take away this person's ability to see be seen as a full person. You see the same thing in the autistic community of like, autistic people can't make choices for themselves. They can't really understand. They can't ever give informed consent. It's the same infantilization that comes hand in hand often with misogyny and viewing trans men and.
Oh yeah. I've gotten that from like family members and like just random people that have bullied me throughout my life. The infantilization of just like, I'm confused, I'm dumb, I don't know what I'm talking about, like, It's like, yeah, I know about myself, thank you very much. Heretical says, I wanted to be a boy when I realized by age 9 how difficult, like, would it be for me because I didn't have a penis.
Cisgender women together
Yeah.
as like objects versus, you know, men and trans women as like, you know, violent, you know, aggressors that need to be, you know, fought back against. And by the way, if you haven't caught on now, if you're new to this channel, yes, I myself am an autistic transgender woman. So I know a lot about this stuff, not just from the scientific studies, but from my personal experience with a lot of this stigma. And this stigma that autistic people, especially autistic children, are supposedly incapable of having bodily autonomy and that their parents or some sort of authority over them should have complete control over their choices is a common one that autistic and neurodivergent folks generally face. It is a denial of us being seen as whole human beings who are able to understand and determine things for ourselves. This ableism and infantilization ultimately points towards the more prominent anxiety that gender transformation and this anti-trans narrative around transgender kids is trying to express and draw out of its audiences. All of these things mentioned, sexual abuse, eating disorders, autism, depression, mental health challenges, and more, are things that we often do see in conjunction with the trans community, but are often seen in correlation, or studies even found are even because someone is trans, rather than how the film and anti-transgender.
Oh, I was well depressed before I was trans. I just have chronic depression, but like ever since I've been on medication, I've been fine, so works for me.
Narratives try to frame it, them causing transness. This is the goal of many anti-trans groups and narratives, to play off of correlation biases or to flip the idea of causation. Take, for example, this handy table created by the anti-trans advocacy group Parents of Rapid Onset Gender Dysphoria Kids.
Wow, they are really big into correlation, aren't they? That is a pretty... No, I was going to say that's a smart-looking circle. It's not a smart-looking circle. That's like, look at all this stuff, and now look at all this... Look at transgender, they're like really tiny. Oh my lord, gender dysphoria, potential causes and contributing factors. Wow, this is just the circle, just a giant circle of loose correlation.
Which looks scientific, with it being a circle and all, that showcases the causes of gender dysphoria.
It really just, like, the more you look at it, the more it just looks random and dumb. Like, I could put a bunch of things in a circle, too.
Being transgender, this little tiny circle over there. All the information on this graph, though, is of course citation needed. Yet this is the film and anti-trans narratives generally attempting to manipulate a parent's perspective. A parent may have noticed abuse, depression, autistic tendencies, and other aspects that we've been discussing before their child came out as transgender. Thus, parents end up believing that one caused the other because they saw one first. However, a child may have experienced feelings of being trans their entire life.
Yeah, it's kind of like a reality tunnel thing, because like parents would never consider that in their children. They have like a pre-imagined or just like a pre-idea, an expectation of like what they want what they're going to see their child grow up in. And even if it's not an issue of gender, like parents have expectations and issues with children doing what they don't want them or imagine them doing when they become adults or growing older. Like they don't become the people that they want them to be or that they desire them to be some sort of extension of themselves,
without expressing them to their parent for numerous reasons, such as a fear that their parents wouldn't accept them or not understanding how to articulate their feelings due to a lack of education. But here, we can see how gender transformations has begun to subtly shift the focus from external apparatuses acting upon a child to a parent's anxiety over losing control of their child's autonomy.
You know, I went and seek for help at school to keep an eye on my daughter, not to make her, believe
things due to a lack of education. But here, we can see how gender transformations has begun to subtly shift the focus from external apparatuses acting upon a child to a parent's anxiety over losing control of their child's autonomy.
You know, I went and seek for help at school to keep an eye on my daughter, not to make her, believe that the transition is what's going to make her happy.
As I stated earlier, the fictional Evan story is not about him, even though he is the protagonist, but instead about expressing Abigail Martinez's fear that her child, Andrew, is expressing a sense of identity beyond her control or understanding.
When you call someone a he and they're not, you could really hurt someone.
I'm not following.
Please. You are so not woke.
You're so not woke. Nobody, who the fuck is saying that? Is that what the imagined kids are saying to their parents? Like, no, you just can't say that. You're so not woke. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. That was hilarious. No, you're so not woke. I gotta see that again.
Tendencies and other aspects that we've been discussing before their child came out as transgender. Thus, parents end up believing that one caused the other because they saw one first. However, a child may have experienced feelings of being trans their entire life without expressing them to their parent for numerous reasons, such as a fear that their parents wouldn't accept them or not understanding how to articulate their feelings.
That really
due to a
gave
lack of
so
education.
not fetch
But here,
vibes.
we can see how gender transformations has begun to subtly shift the focus from external
Really just,
apparatuses
like,
acting
that's
upon a
so
child
not
to a
fetch.
parent's anxiety over losing control of their child's autonomy.
You know, I went and seek for help at school to keep an eye on my daughter, not to make her, you know, believe that transition is what's going to make her happy.
That's so weirdly worded. I asked the school to keep an eye on my child. Yeah, that's like... I mean, like, but what about specifically? Like... It's just like, it's almost like from her perspective, like, this is how it went. And this is definitely, I don't know, something seems really fishy here about her attitude. Something's being enabled here by this documentary, especially with this, like, over-dramatization of, like, what fucking happened. Mom, you're so not woke.
As I stated earlier, the fictional Evan story is not about him, even though he is the protagonist, but instead about expressing Abigail Martinez's fear that her child, Andrew, is expressing a sense of identity beyond her control or understanding.
When you call someone a he and they're not, you could really hurt someone.
I'm not following.
Please. You are so not woke.
Evie, sweetie, please.
No.
Just listen, please be careful with what you let yourself be influenced by, okay?
This isn't about that. This is about you mislabeling people.
Honey.
And you do it too much.
Hold on. Wait, where are you getting this from?
No, I need you to leave now.
Evie,
no.
Go.
Evie, no.
Just leave. Get out
For
of my
example,
room.
early in the drama, we get hints of how much Evan's fictional mother controls his
Get
access
out
to
of my
social media or
room
friend
now.
groups.
We look so good. Yeah, I'm so gonna post this. Ugh, I wish I had a phone. My mom would never allow it. Yeah, she's so weird for that.
Yet despite this being something that bothers Evan, the narrative of the film never actually confronts it. It just presents it. And the reason that it presents it is because it wants to incept in the viewer's mind that this is actually a good thing that Evan's mother was doing this. Because social media and friends that Evan makes throughout the film, like those he meets in the LGBTQ club that he joins, are seen as detrimental, corrupting influences that actively attempt to vilify a parent-child relationship. Take, for example, this scene that we see that features a friend that Evan makes from his LGBTQ group.
Closest family are often our worst enemies.
This line from this character, who is a trans-masculine friend that Evan met in his queer group,
Okay, if this is a trans mask friend, like, why are you doing my man wrong by the overalls there? Okay, we all don't. Not all of us wear overalls.
Makes no sense coming from them, because we see this character has a loving home with parents who support him. It makes no sense that this character would express a distrust of parents when it comes to a transgender identity, because that's not something that he experienced. It comes literally out of nowhere. But the reason that the film showcases it this way is just to generate the idea that just by virtue of being trans, this friend is sinister and actively trying to turn Evan away from his mother, rather than being actually earnest. It's framing this trans person as actively manipulative. This character is based on a real-life friend of Andrew, though their characterization is based on how Abigail characterizes their friendship, not based on how Andrew would characterize their friendship, leaning into the characterization of the friend being a wedge between Andrew and his mother.
And they were best friends, but what this friend was doing, in quote, is trying to convince that to go into transition.
That's what a parent would say about, like, a friend of a child that they actually get along with, that supports them and, like, who they are, and then the parent's like, well, that's not meeting my expectations of my child, so clearly it's the friend that's telling them to do this. My child would never actually do that.
Subtly leading to the idea that any unapproved or outside force in Evan's life is seen as actively malicious and is trying to sever a child's connection from their parent. Thus, in the film's eyes, it needs to be limited. The film is arguing, subtly, that Evan should not exist outside of his relationship and control of his parent, and specifically his mother. But as a result of framing the fictional Evan story this way, it's communicating that the real-life Andrew, as well as other trans kids, should be treated this way as well.
Joining these communities, they're very accepting of them, and then it also puts an us versus them mentality. It's separating kids from their parents. It's telling, you know, especially if a parent isn't affirming their gender, well, now they have an enemy in their parent, but then they can go to their teachers. And
aren't you us versus theming right now?
They can go to their classmates and their peers to find their community.
I have a bone to pick with the us versus theming thing, like in several different ways.
and get really extreme in their gender ideology, gender identities.
Andrew's life story, as told by Abigail Martinez, becomes about Abigail's anxieties of her child expressing himself beyond her agency and control, rather than what Andrew's life story should be about, him getting to have agency and personhood unto himself.
The parental ownership of their children is off the charts in these groups. The language that they use, like parental alienation, for when like their
Okay, we're going back to this guy who infiltrated that that Facebook group of concerned mothers that talk about their trans children, and then there's a bunch of peddling, anti-trans peddling in there. So remember, he made a fake account acting as a concerned mother, got accepted into these groups, and found out that this is what they were talking about, and this is how they were wording things.
child goes to university and it's like, if you don't call me by my name, then don't call me. And they're like, this is abuse. I'm being abused by my child because my child, who I gave birth to and therefore own, is not doing the things that I require them to do, that I need them to do. What about my grandbabies, who your child reproduces with, or even if they do, it's neither your concern, but it's also not like your choice. And their concerns are about things like prom or family photos or how people are going to look at them when they're in the grocery store. Like the complaints are so trivial compared to what the children, like they'll voice like their child is suicidal ideation and depression. And then they'll like turn around and say, but she doesn't think about how hard this is on me.
Oh, Jesus.
It's like, well, she's 14. It's all about fear. That is how they recruit the parents. They play on their fears and their like disgust with gender and sexual minorities, which is very present in many of these parents. Like the way that they talk about their trans kids is sick.
Let's go back a little bit, though, to the scene of Evan visiting an LGBTQ group to talk about this a little bit more. Before we get to the scene in the film, an expert comes on screen to introduce the concept of queer groups this way. Notice how she frames this club.
We put these flyers around the school. It didn't disclose a time or a place. We told them to come to our office, and we'd do a little screening, a little interview, and then we'd secretly tell them when and where the group was. And then we'd tell them that they didn't have to tell their parents and that we wouldn't tell their parents. In fact, we didn't even tell the teachers or the administration of the school. They didn't even know. That's how secret it was.
As if it's a secret, dark, clandestine group kept from parents, feeding again into the anxiety of losing parental control. Yet, in actuality, this is not how any LGBTQ group operates. Most LGBTQ groups in high schools and middle schools are student-run safe spaces where queer kids can socialize and find support with peers. And studies have shown that these types of groups in schools can lead to improved mental health outcomes, not just for queer students, but also lead to a reduction of bullying and harassment generally. The reason being is that these groups normalize the—
Like, really, like, most of the time, I'm sure it's just, like, kids hanging out in a classroom, like, interacting with each other while the teacher just, like, sits at their desk and probably catches up on a bunch of other work. It's not like they're actually sitting in a circle and, like, the teacher's like, all right, now here is how you be extra queer.
The idea that people can be different and that it's okay. Additionally, kids have every right to be able to form groups with their peers based on mutual interests or identities. But these rights of students have been constantly under attack by the right wing. Bills in Ohio, California, Florida, Arizona, and numerous other states in the US have been introduced or passed that force teachers to notify parents whose students are transgender, and also allowing parents to sue school districts.
And I think that's just going to pave a way for abusive parents to just continue to have complete and total control over a child's autonomy.
Teachers don't comply. These laws have also reached places like Canada, with schools in New Brunswick and Saskatchewan legally forced to inform parents if their kids even want to use different names or pronouns, even requiring parental consent for them to do so. This is incredibly dangerous, as it might cause trans and queer students to be outed to parents who might abuse or mistreat them for being out, or simply might not accept them at all, which, by the way, is also a form of abuse. Yet these bills de-emphasize children's humanity and autonomy in favor of parents' ability to know and control every aspect of a child's life.
These people, when they talk about being concerned parents of trans and non-binary youth, by youth, sometimes they mean early 20s. She was a trans woman who is in medical school.
In her 20s.
Doing very well, was autistic, and the mother was considering cutting her off from her education because she was going through the steps to get on hormone replacement therapy, which is not as quick as the people in these groups would like you to believe. And all of the comments were like, if your child is not going to respect your decision that he is not allowed to go on hormone replacement therapy, then you don't need to support your child. And here's what you should do. You should try and get complete control over medical care, financial decisions. Like, oh, your child's autistic, you should be able to do this. Like, that's an idea I had. Like, here's one way you can go about it. Other people were like, cut them off completely. If you're old enough to take hormones, you're old enough to pay for medical school. So I'm like, that is not how age or money works.
Wow.
Yeah. But it is very, very often where the parents will say, no money for school. I will disable your cell phone. Basically, all of these things that I'm completely happy to pay for will be taken away if you're trans. Any attempt to live as they are, even if it has no surgery, no hormones, just a name, pronouns, presenting differently, maybe, all of that is in the groups more than enough reason to completely cut off your child financially, as well as from their like younger siblings, because they might be an undue influence. The control that they have over even their adult children is far beyond the reaches of like any healthy parenting you could possibly be doing.
Yeah. This also goes to the reason that many LGBTQ groups are sometimes kept from parents. It's because many queer kids may face overt bigotry from their parents if they find out, or are simply worried that they might, or are just not ready to come out as they don't know their identity and are just looking to explore it in a non-judgmental, low-risk space that LGBTQ supportive guidelines emphasize as healthy, as long as no specific identity is given more significant emphasis in that exploration. If a kid goes into a queer group wishing to explore that they might be queer, but ultimately learns that they are in fact straight, that's really cool. And most, if not all, queer groups accept that and understand that, especially for you.
That's a good thing. If you're questioning and then find out that you're cis and straight, that's good. That's the whole point of that process. And in that process, it tells you that these things are not just like decided upon. Like you don't just decide to be cis or straight. Like you know it.
Younger kids who haven't figured themselves out. On a personal level, every queer group that I have ever been in, even ones that I have been in as an adult, have made that painfully clear. They are welcome to everyone, even those questioning their identity, and it's okay if they end up not being queer. However, the fictional meeting in the film plays out very differently. Sinister music plays as the teacher presents and pushes kids towards queer identities.
I'm so grateful, I'm so happy today that I found this, and, you know, I was able to transition.
I love the weird music.
Myself, I guess.
Totally dark and sinister. It makes the smiles look creepy.
So this was a group where they basically gathered vulnerable children and taught them that it was us against them because their family wouldn't understand them.
Again, the film is highlighting a corrupting influence beyond a parent's oversight in a very overt fashion. This goes down to the movie, including the gingerbread person in the background, which is a visual tool used by sex education.
The evil gingerbread man, oh my god. Please God, no, not the evil gingerbread person. God help us all. That thing looks fucking ridiculous, yo. I'm not gonna lie. I would laugh my ass off on that. I guess it works, though. It's the best we got so far, okay?
Curricula to teach concepts of gender and sexuality that right-wing groups have consistently demonized since its creation in 2011. The gingerbread person has been so vilified because the argument is that it's hypersexual in nature, when it's really just a tool that has nothing to do with sex, and showcases it often—
It doesn't look sexual at all. What are you kidding? It looks ridiculous is what it looks like.
Trans and queer identities are often conflated with being sexual, or being a fetish, which neither is.
This is a fetish, okay? This is a fetish community, if we can even call it a community, and that's what it is, autogynephilia.
Everything related to being—
Autogynephilia? What the fuck?
Trans or queer is sexualized in our society. Take, for example, this adorable genderless alien mascot who used non-binary pronouns that was created for a UK library system. Almost immediately after it was introduced, gender-critical anti-trans activists like Maya Forstater said that the alien was attempting to sexualize children. Yet, immediately after claiming this, Maya started talking about the children's cartoon's ability to reproduce and its supposed genitalia. I mean—
Oh, what the fuck?
It's a cartoon, it doesn't have any genitals, and it's not real. So the question then becomes, who is sexualizing what here?
Yeah.
But this speaks to the projection. How anything to do with queer or transgender issues is instantly framed as sexual when it's not.
I want to see Matt Walsh's porno history, okay? I'm just saying, there might be some trans in there, if you know what I mean.
Not because these people see it as sexual. They see anything that isn't like them as inherently marked by sex. Something that Julia Serrano talked about in her book, Sexed Up. Yeah, you thought this was just a fancy background with a floating ball. No, I have these books there for a reason. I read them.
Some groups, e.g. women, are marked relative to some taken-for-granted default group, in this case men, and thus receive undue attention as a result. Essentially, marked groups are perceived as public spectacles that seem to give off phantom invitations, which is why marked groups are often falsely accused of asking for any unwanted attention that they receive. Some people in our culture, such as women, are marked by sex in the eyes of others, and this often results in their stigmatization. Intersectional marginalization arises, at least in part, from the previously described mindsets, and how it can lead people to misperceive or mischaracterize marginalized groups as excessively sexual, and thus marked by sex. Often, this hypersexualization goes hand in hand with political propaganda, stoking fears that the marginalized group's excessively sexual nature will have a contaminating or corrupting influence on the supposedly pure, dominant majority group.
Yet these ideas that queer and trans groups are trying to sexualize children is showcased in the film, with the fictional Evan being presented with imagery of genital surgery, which seems to excite him as affirming.
Isn't this amazing? How science can actually turn you into the person you were born to be?
In hours, I can remove a body part that someone has lived their entire life being too ashamed to look at and replace it with a new body part that finally makes them feel whole.
This idea that queer groups showcase pictures of genitalia to children is then emphasized by Chloe Cole to make it seem like it's a representation of actual reality.
Almost immediately, I was shown a lot of very sexualized or idealized content of young women.
This then brings us to the next thing that we need to discuss, how gender transformations only focuses on trans men, not young trans women, seeing young trans men, who are often framed as confused young girls, as prey for predatory queer and institutional manipulations. This ultimately plays into the infantilization and dehumanization of young trans men, often seen as young girls by anti-trans narratives.
Yeah, because ultimately trans men are infantilized and trans women are demonized as made as weird predatory people. Whereas trans men are just confused women
who need protection.
That, thanks in large part to social media, there's been another population that claims to have gender dysphoria. This is a population that never before had gender dysphoria in any significant numbers. In fact, before 2007, there was no extant scientific literature on their having gender dysphoria at all. Teenage girls. What's going on? The answer is social contagion. And you have the activists who are using the other two groups to attack women and to advance their goal of chaos and social upheaval.
What Abigail is leaving out there, either through intentionality or ignorance, is the fact that we don't have a lot of documented understanding around trans men because we weren't studying trans men, similar to how we weren't studying many young cisgender girls when it came to autism. Hence why there was less recognition of trans men in medical history, though trans men have always existed throughout time. Trans men and cisgender girls' bodies, especially the bodies of children, are often policed in places like schools, with things like student dress codes saying that their bodies are inherently seen as sexual and need to be covered up or protected to prevent them from being prey by sexual predators, which dovetails with this desire for parents to control their bodies. It's important to note that trans women are rarely, if ever, discussed in narratives that frame themselves as sympathetic to the trans plight.
Right.
If we combine this idea of the film only focusing on trans men and how trans men and cisgender girls are often seen as needing to be protected from sexual predators with this idea that LGBTQ groups are actively pushing sexualization onto these kids, it begins to again play into this anxiety that there's sexual predators coming for young girls, which in actuality are trans men. From here, though, the idea that LGBTQ students are quickly pushed into sexualized imagery surrounding genitals is meant to highlight this concept that there is a push for them to try to get surgical or medical interventions by these external malicious forces. These medical interventions are then framed by the film as quickly given and extremely dangerous.
These kids are getting put on puberty blockers after the first visit, or they're just going straight to hormones, or they're just getting pushed through this pipeline of surgery.
The film then shifts here to experts Dr. Michael Laidlaw and Dr. Catherine Welch, who begin to condemn puberty blockers as a medication, framing it as a dangerous, irreversible drug, especially for kids.
All right, I gotta pee. Hold on. Take 5. Okay. Are we still here? Are we still alive? Are we still hip? Are we still with it? Have we fallen asleep? This is really long. We are getting to, like, the really good parts, though. And it is moving pretty fast. And, oh, let's see, it's only 8:30. 8:30 on a Saturday. What's up, Tyler?
With autism or suffering from depression.
I don't know, this video is so, like, all-encompassing of, like, so many, like, anti-trans arguments. Like, obviously you want to explore more material about this stuff, but just watching this will give you a lot of foundation to, like, how TERFs and anti-trans and gender criticals, like, all those people think.
Again, something detransitioners like Chloe Cole give anecdotal evidence and experience with.
The puberty blockers really put a hold on development. And this includes your psychological development. It includes cognitive development, your reasoning.
I've seen where the person had some depression or anxiety, which over the time, over years, seems to worsen with the blocker.
Injections of these blockers about every 3 to 4 months. I was basically going through an artificial menopause. It was horrible, actually.
In truth, though, none of these claims are accurate. Research has shown that puberty blockers, which essentially put a pause on puberty, are actually temporary and fully reversible in most cases, especially if only taken for a few years, which is always the case when they're given to trans youth, as puberty blockers for trans youth are just meant to give them more time to make an informed choice about if they wish to have a natal puberty or start hormones or other gender-affirming healthcare options to change their bodies to match with their gender identity. To be fair, the one significant side effect of puberty blockers that is often seen is a loss of bone density, which the film brings up. However, this long-term loss of bone density is easily addressed with calcium and vitamin D supplements, with most cisgender youth who eventually go off puberty blockers eventually having a normal natal fertility and reproductive functions and bone density. These drugs are so safe that the FDA has approved puberty blockers for youth who have precocious puberty since the early 1990s, over 30 years ago. Puberty blockers have also been shown to reduce suicidality in trans youth by 70%. Every major medical and mental health organization, including the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Psychological Association, supports the use of puberty blockers as long as it's used in age-appropriate, evidence-based ways alongside a doctor who knows how to prescribe them and keeps track of how they are affecting their patients' bodies. Speaking of which, if we go back to our old friend the WPATH guidelines, we find that puberty blockers are only recommended when a child has already started the first signs of puberty, which can be a different time for everyone as everyone's bodies are different, and should only be given, according to the WPATH, for a few years until the child can decide what they wish to do next. The factual inaccuracies of this disinformation around puberty blockers are underscored by the people giving the disinformation. Let's take Dr. Michael Laidlaw, for example. Right-wing media has regularly platformed Dr. Laidlaw.
Oh, look at that. You see that behind this man right there, this endocrinologist, this doctor on this documentary? What's that I spy in the background? What's that I spy with my little Y? The Heritage Foundation. Notoriously, like, crazy Christo-fascist, like, group. Like, they are just fucking terrible.
And
terrible
within those appearances,
organization.
he has commonly misrepresented science around transgender care. For example, he commonly exaggerates figures of transgender detransitions, even stating in his review of Jazz Jennings, a transgender author's book, that as many as 90% of trans women detransition, which is nowhere accurate. He has also numerous times directly misrepresented the findings of a study on gender dysphoria in twins, stating that the study found evidence against a genetic component to trans identity to argue that it was all a social contagion, when in actuality, if you read the study, it found that there was heavy indications of there being a significant gender component to trans identity. Again, going back to what I said before, that transgender identity is a mix of multiple different factors, including biological ones, but not limited to it. And while he mainly stays anecdotal within gender transformations, we can see him actually lying about the WPATH guidelines within the film.
The Dutch really pioneered this and had 12 years old, I believe, as the earliest age. But with the Endocrine Society, WPATH, they've lowered this to 8 or 9 years old.
Yet none of this is mentioned when it comes to Dr. Laidlaw, just presenting him as an expert in his field. Again, the film is not interested in the facts, but only in the facade of it, which Dr. Laidlaw is happy to give his supposed expertise to give credence to. The fictionalized drama also emphasizes and plays into this fear, as seen in this scene.
I've talked to my doctor. He said it's just like a pause button if I want to change later on, which I know I won't.
But isn't that like
can.
the same drugs they give to pedos to like chemically castrate?
Yeah, I heard that too, actually.
That's extremely transphobic and super hurtful.
That's not how people have conversations. What the fuck is this writing? What is this back and forth?
Why would you say that? That's the very attitude that we are trying to fight.
Evan's fictional peers here are not being written as real children, but just mouthpieces for right-wing propaganda. The connection to puberty-blocking drugs also being used to castrate pedophiles is a typical right-wing narrative, with folks like Matt Walsh selling this exact idea to make puberty-blocking drugs seem scary by connecting them to pedophilia, a common homophobic and transphobic stigma.
One of the drugs used is Lupron, right? Which
So what if they are? Like, just because it is used for that, it like, how does that link trans and that sort of thing?
Actually been used to
That makes no
chemically
sense.
castrate sex offenders?
But this narrative falls on its face if you think about it for more than 1 second, which you're not supposed to do for fear-mongering tactics to work. They just try to sweep you through without ever introspecting or thinking deeply about the facts that they present to you, just making you feel anxiety about what they're saying. The fact that puberty-blocking drugs are used—
Oh, I'm feeling anxiety at their stupidity.
—for multiple different reasons have nothing to do with each other. These same drugs are also used to treat tumors in patients. Should we then stop using these drugs for tumor treatments? And this is something we'll get into further on in this video, but it's important to note that chemical castration was often used against LGBTQ people, with many countries having laws that would force queer people to be sterilized using drugs if they were found guilty of lewd acts, aka being homosexual. With perhaps one of the most famous cases being Alan Turing, the World War II codebreaker, being chemically castrated, leading to his suicide in the United Kingdom. Yet the disinformation pipeline for puberty blockers playing into fears of lost children endlessly gets recycled. Take, for example, how the Daily Wire posted a story in late August 2022 that reported on FDA findings that linked puberty-blocking drug Lupron to thousands of deaths, 6,300 to be exact. Yet, if you look into it, the drug was given to terminally ill cancer patients fighting hormone-sensitive cancers like prostate cancers for a specific study. It was reported by that study that over 6,000 died from cancer while also using the drug. So the 6,300 deaths—
Yeah, so we're wrong on that account. I want to get to something really important, though. Yeah, which is part 3. Part 3 is what I really want to get to. But it's hard to skip to that with all this really good information. But I think if you guys want to go back and get to that, like, you understand that we're breaking down, like, all the lies. We get through puberty blockers, which are not as harmful as, like, people make them out to be. I want to get to the part where these people connect it to yeah, because we're talking about detransitioners here. We know detransitioners are not as common as people think they are.
I think a lot of
I
them—
want to get to the part where they're connecting the transphobia with the anti-Semitism.
Just perverts, and they're preying on people's confusion. They take advantage of this.
It's destroyed my health. I don't know if I'll ever be able to conceive a child.
Up and down the country and around the world, girls are removing breasts that have never known a lover's caress.
Oh, Jesus,
it's,
I
again,
remember
only
that.
viewing women's bodies or trans men's bodies as being something for use by heterosexual men. Repeatedly, in not only gender transformations, but across all anti-transgender discussions surrounding transgender children, it's all going to emphasize the objectification of specifically white trans men and cisgender girls. They are infantilized, lied about, placed as victims, and only discussed for their ability to reproduce and how sexually appealing they are.
All right.
All of this leads into gender
Here we
transformation's
go.
final segment,
Last
where
part.
it tries to offer up a why all of this is happening to
Almost
young
done.
transgender kids. The first major talking point that it brings up is that these surgeries and transgender-affirming healthcare generally is making tons of money, which is a common anti-trans talking point.
There's definitely a money trail towards having these transgender patients as lifelong medical patients. What we're seeing with the medical companies, the medical device, and the pharmaceutical companies, when they can fund the activists and the NGOs to stir up a lot of passion, hey, we need this, we're suffering, we have gender dysphoria, we're gonna commit suicide if we don't transition, there's a demand then for it. And then the companies, the medical schools, the hospitals, they say, oh, well, look, all this demand, we have to have some emergency use authorization. We have to start doing research, we have to start doing this, because it is a mental mental health crisis among our youth.
Basically using the for-profit medical industry that we have in the United States as proof that being transgender is pushed on children so that big...
Well, there is a lot of the medical industry here, or whatever, that is, you know, for profit. But that's not a reason to ban trans healthcare. We don't ban, like, cancer healthcare just because people are making a profit off it, do we? No.
Pharma can make money. And it's understandable why they lean into this idea, right? We here in the United States very much know that the healthcare industry is trying to milk us for every dollar. The insurance and medical industry constantly increasing its prices for necessary healthcare is a horrible problem that every person in the United States faces. So certainly pointing at the big medical industry as the problem will easily lead into a presupposed fear and bias in the audience that gender transformations is selling itself to. Because yeah, the medical for-profit industry is fucked up. But if you think about this for even a moment, you realize that this argument against trans healthcare makes no sense. Insulin is a needed drug for diabetics, for example, yet its price continues to rise as drugs are controlled by pharmaceutical companies who benefit from lax regulations around drug prices, leading to ridiculous prices of necessary medication, as well as a black market of the drugs and a rationing of insulin by patients. Yet none of this means that insulin or diabetic care should be outlawed, but that medicine should not be a for-profit industry. The same for trans-affirming healthcare. Hell, people like to point out the fact that trans people will share our hormones with each other in a black market of sorts and say, oh, this is proof that these drugs are bad, when in actuality, it's just because many trans people are unable to afford these drugs or need to ration them because they are consistently not available to us.
This person is saying they're going to send out prescription drugs to trans people, especially young people, youths, who might not be able to access it, whose parents don't want them to access, who cannot afford it. They're sending out unprescribed medicine to children. That is incredibly illegal. This disgusting, creepy bullshit is allowed to occur.
So basically, this argument just boils down to anti-trans folks doing the meme, oh, you participate in capitalism? Why do you hate capitalism so much? Just in weird reverse. It really is fucked up how people will prey on capitalist anxieties in order to then use capitalism to attack minorities. Welcome to neoliberal policies, which makes itself seem progressive, but it's actually just repackaged capitalism. Yet this discussion of a profit motive behind the medical industry providing transgendered healthcare and surgeries is then quickly shifted to Jennifer Bilek in the film, a known gender-critical feminist, who often writes about the supposed powerful billionaires behind the sinister LGBTQ movement trying to convert your daughters, which she gleefully does in Gender Transformations.
Here's where things get anti-Semitic.
And so what I found was a whole lot of very, very powerful, moneyed people in the highest echelons of finance, pharma, and technology.
Here, Bilek states that everyone from the banks to government, including President Joe Biden, are influenced by the secret agenda. And then she begins to name names.
One of the first people I found was Jennifer Pritzker, part of the wealthiest families in America, the Pritzker family, who were massively invested in the techno-medical complex. The most probably important LGBT organization was Arcus Foundation. They were driving this gender identity ideology through all of our institutions with their money. And they created this whole political apparatus through these organizations by selling people basically on this being a human right as part of the LGB.
What a surprise, it's all Jewish billionaires that she names, such as Jennifer Pritzker, a Jewish transgender woman in the medical industry that Bilek constantly misgenders.
Present himself as a woman, and he felt like a woman, as if a man would know what a woman feels like.
Not convincingly.
This is where we need to take a sidetrack into Bilek's other work to really get into why she is naming these specific billionaires. In her other writing, Bilek will often name many other billionaires.
Look, I'm very anti-billionaire, but when you're specifically like targeting like Jewish billionaire as like, and not other billionaires too, not all billionaires together, and just specifically like Jewish billionaires as like in control of all the world and stuff, and the 1%, when it gets anti-Semitic like that, you're getting into an age-old conspiracy, and that's where like, nah, I drop you.
Besides the ones that are mentioned in Gender Transformations as the secret funders of the transgender.
I hate all billionaires.
Agenda, naming people such as Jewish Holocaust survivor George Soros or Martine Roseblath. Knowing that this looks really bad for her, Jennifer Bilek will attempt to claim that it's just a seeming coincidence that she's only focusing on Jewish people when she names billionaires that fund the transgender agenda.
I've often wondered why so many of the men involved in the transgender, transhumanist agenda are Jewish. And of course, I've been accused more than once of promoting a Jewish conspiracy theory. I just report on who the men are. I don't single them out for being Jewish, and I've never really speculated about why so many are. Quite some time ago, I came across Keith Wood's video on his theory of why this might be. I revisited this today because someone wrote and asked about the Jewish aspect of the men involved in this agenda, and I found it equally as fascinating as I did the first time. I wonder how others might feel about this.
But as the wonderful YouTuber Sean pointed out in his recent video, Bilek likes to claim that she's just asking questions and not at all pointing out these billionaires' Jewishness, But at the same time, she will also link to known anti-Semitic far-right nationalists like Keith Woods in her work, directing her audience to learn more about these billionaires directly from an anti-Semite. Keith Woods is known to post anti-Semitic, racist, and anti-transgender memes, repeatedly targeting Jews and calling Jews parasites in his work, complaining about the Jew-run media. This pipeline that Bialik directs her audience directly down reveals her goal of naming a few billionaires who just happen to be Jewish. She's leaving the implication in the air without directly stating it, but then directs her followers to a more direct pipeline of anti-Semitic hate that they can fall down to further funnel them down the path. So by Gender Transformations propping up Bialik in their work, they're doing the same thing, just adding another step by directing them to Bialik, who will then direct people to Keith Woods. And she even directly mentions Jewish billionaires in this documentary. Here though, she never even mentions Judaism directly, just the billionaires, standing off her more far-right edges further to appear neutral. You see this hinting at anti-Semitic conspiracy theories often in anti-trans spaces. Take noted anti-trans campaigner Callie J. Keene Minchell,
Oh,
who
yeah.
brought up in an
One of
interview
my
the
favorites.
nebulous billionaire supposedly
Jesus
funding
Christ,
the trans
this lady's
movement.
fucking
When
crazy.
pressed to explain her dog whistle, she refused to elaborate, seemingly self-aware that she doesn't have actual proof to back up her claim, but just wanted to signal her anti-Semitic beliefs.
Do you not know about the billionaires the billionaire men who are pushing this ideology and funding it? Are you not aware of those people?
No, tell me more.
Saying that doesn't happen?
No, tell me more.
You just need to... No, women across New Zealand, they are very, very aware that there are men and women's spaces, men and women's sports, and they are giving carte blanche access to, unfettered access to women's spaces as soon as you say that those men are part of
But who are the men?
transgender ideology. As soon as you...
Give us the names,
basically
bitch.
puts on a dress, he is given unfettered access to women's spaces, including prisons, including rape crisis centres. And I just think it's absolutely preposterous if you don't think women across New Zealand are afraid of that.
Could you please tell me a little more about the billionaires funding the transgender lobby?
Well, yes, you've got Big Pharma, for example. They make a substantial amount of money out of transgenderism. I want to know why it's not important to a journalist to address the fact that there are men in women's spaces.
It's really important as a journalist for me to know more about the billionaires funding the transgender lobby. And since you raised it, I'm interested to know further details. What can you tell me?
Well, I would like to know why, as a journalist, you're prepared to be distracted by that, as opposed to...
But you mentioned it.
Yeah, you mentioned it.
I haven't finished.
The bitch says that this is all being run by billionaire men, and the journalist is like, who? And she can't even fucking say. And she's like, I don't know why you're so obsessed with it. It's like, well, I'm asking about it because you fucking brought it up, bitch.
I'm sure you don't think interrupting is appropriate consistently when you've invited me on your show.
No,
so
go
I would
for
just
it.
say that women across New Zealand,
Yet this finally ties together the entire narrative of gender transformations that it has been selling, as this is all just Nazi and fascistic rhetoric. As I said earlier in this video, Nazi rhetoric viewed Jewish people as inhuman monsters who were intentionally trying to dilute an Aryan bloodline, with gay and trans people being one way in which Jewish men such as Magnus Hirschfeld were trying to prevent Aryans from being able to reproduce and had infiltrated the government and institutions and the medical system in order to do so in Weimar Germany. Gender transformations and a lot of anti-trans rhetoric today is doing the same exact argument, pointing at the wealthy billionaires funding the trans agenda who just happen to be Jewish and claiming that they're trying to ruin the reproductive health of your daughters so that they can destroy the Anglo-Saxon race, something that folks like Matt Walsh will blatantly talk about.
This is how the left has generally framed it. To be a less white country, by their telling, is to be a manifestly better country. That's why they celebrate the decline of the white population. It's why they actively seek to facilitate that decline in terms of...
Yeah, that's the whole point of people being trans, and I guess in their eyes, turning people trans is to get rid of like white straight people, like, or because liberals in general just want like a less white straight world. I guess this is the agenda, I guess, that we have. Man, we must be busy.
By inviting unchecked immigration across the southern border. It's why they're very concerned about making sure that white people have less institutional power.
Or you can take the Buffalo shooter who on May 14th, 2022 murdered 10 people and injured 3 more in Buffalo, New York. He traveled directly to a predominantly black neighborhood in order to kill black victims, and he often spoke about a Jewish order using black people to enact a white genocide as part of a great replacement.
Oh,
the
great.
whole idea of white replacement is directly based on fascistic and Nazi rhetoric.
Well, of course
and
it is.
dovetailing quite neatly with the narratives around anti-transness that we see throughout in films like Gender Transformations. Further, the Buffalo shooter argued and pointed out how he believed trans people were primarily white and thought Jews were trying to make them infertile or kill themselves.
Yes, white goyim, give your children to me and I'll make them think they're girls. Thus, they'll all either kill themselves or become genetic dead ends. Oy vey, goyim. It's just too easy.
All of this is similar to blood libel stories that incite violence against Jewish people. Stories of Jewish people supposedly trying to steal children for rituals or replace them with inhuman monsters.
Yeah, the whole conspiracy that the Democrats have like this secret underground like ring of children that they like slaughter and like drink their blood. That's actually based in anti-Semitism. Like way back in history. That was it's called blood libel. That's what they said the Jews did. It's a very anti-Semitic thing. It's based in anti-Semitism. It's a conspiracy. And it's not fucking real. Of course, there's weird rich people like Epstein with like the, you know, who actually do harm children in that sense. Not that exact way, but young people, young girls especially. But so there's like, you know, seeds of truth to thing, but like people get way too caught up in that conspiracy about the adrenochrome or whatever. Like that shit is just not, it's not happening. Okay, get it out of your head.
Identical to the narratives of how trans-affirming doctors and trans advocates are trying to replace, steal, or make infertile your children, specifically your daughters, who we're only going to talk about in terms of their loss of reproductive health. And this is not isolated to violent shooters, but a lot of far-right rhetoric.
I think in general there's a tone to it that feels very similar to old blood libel shit, like the stuff that's been around since the medieval times kind of thing, where yeah, they're just like worried about defacing good Christian bodies and using blood and just the like the way that Alex Jones talks about it, where he's just like, and then they're gonna harvest your organs, whatever, they're gonna harvest your organs.
Harvest your organs.
But like that tone is very similar to, I think, like ancient blood libel shit. It feels very much like it's being repurposed now in like sort of the trans moral panic that they're doing, because sometimes it's not even that it's Jewish people, it's that trans people are secretly controlling, like, and it's just very similar to a lot of like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, but also a lot of like very old blood libel stuff just being repurposed.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I remember we were talking in person one time about like the connections, and one thing that you sort of brought up was just how it's kind of very similar to, you know, Nazi shit, but kind of the emphasis is reversed, whereas Nazis were very much like, we hate the Jews are inhuman monsters trying to, you know, control everybody, and they're making people gay and trans, destroy good Aryan bloodlines. Whereas now, like that narrative still exists, but the emphasis is more on trans people are coming out. It's a social fad. Like the emphasis is there rather than on
evil,
the
ruining bloodline stuff, and secretly whisper Jews doing stuff.
Political agenda being worked out, and kids are sort of a test subject, because you may have very large organizations, but there's a small group of people who are controlling these organizations, and they tend to be political.
All of this goes to showcase how anti-trans hate and anti-Semitism are not isolated pillars of bigotry, but often come alongside each other and connected to each other, right next to anti-black rhetoric and racistly targeted violence. This turns us back towards gender transformation's entire narrative and the emphasis on girls' quote-unquote loss of reproductive health, and how this ties directly to the constant fears and anxieties expressed by anti-trans advocates of a white replacement. To them, the goal of trans-affirming care is a plan to destroy the white Anglo-Saxon race by trying to make your children infertile. And your goal as a parent or someone who's trying to push back against the transgender agenda should be constantly focused on protecting your children's fertility so that they can make more children and create the nuclear, often Catholic, family structure where women are only viewed as baby-making factories and men and women become functions of a state where they must constantly work for the larger project of nationalistic authoritarian control and have no life outside of those reproductive and labor abilities. And all this ties into gender transformation's rhetoric of the transgender agenda trying to indoctrinate your children, turn them infertile, and steal them away from you. While the film and a lot of anti-trans rhetoric likes to stand off the edges of this rhetoric, you can clearly see the pipeline and anxieties that it is funneling all this towards, as Jennifer Bilek clearly showcases within Gender Transformations itself. Gender transformations and more mainstream anti-trans narratives stop short of going that far because they know that going that far would be too overt for a mainstream audience. The whole goal is to get people started on a top level of just hearing about these concerns and walk them all the way down through all of this to finally get to this point if they are able to follow it that far, especially as it continues to isolate you from other avenues of understanding about transgender people. Gender Transformations walks you right up to Jennifer Bilek's vaguely pointing at Jewish billionaires and leaves you to do the research further if you wish, or make the implications if you want to. And all of this stuff deals with everything that we've been talking about. The fear of non-Western American culture throughout the film, the themes of worrying about trans men's reproduction, and the fear of children being mind-controlled and manipulated and taken from parents. All of this is playing upon fears that funnel people right into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and far-right violent rhetoric, tying into eugenics and Nazi propaganda. All of this is capped off in Gender Transformations when it turns the focus at the end of the film into its final emotional manipulation. We cut to Evan, terrified of his own body and, upon entering a men's bathroom, fearing the men around him. He is seen as weak and a victim, as the detransitioners and Abigail at the same time talk over this about how trans people will never really be their gender identity, but deformed inhuman monsters, turned into it by the sinister transgender agenda.
She told me, Mom, I realized that no matter what I do,
I think so. That pretty much is the point I think I want you to take away. I probably could have skipped, but there's so much good information. If you want to see the whole thing, go ahead and watch it. So that puts the cap on that. What's going on YouTube? Yeah. Well, my friends, let's see. I was thinking maybe we'd react to a Darman thing, but there's not so many people in the chat now, probably because everybody's tired. Also, we have a lot of East Coast people who are going to bed late at this time. Yeah, but pretty much all of anti-trans narrative is connected, is essentially a pipeline to Nazi propaganda, quite literally, especially with the head of the narrative being it oh, Jewish billionaires are the ones pushing this. It's very odd. Now, as I said before, I don't care for billionaires. It's not that I hate them personally. Well, there's definitely billionaires that I hate personally, but I don't know every fucking billionaire personally, right? I just don't think billionaires should be a thing. Nobody should have that type of money. But to just purposefully focus on Jewish billionaires alone instead of the bigger picture, to me is just caving into propaganda and conspiracy theory, which is really easy to do when you talk about these sort of things, when you ask these sort of questions of who's influencing the world, who's influencing people, who's at the head and control of communication and media and news and things like that. You got to keep your head on straight, and you can't fall for the conspiracy. And I think studying history and being aware of these kinds of things and getting into the nitty-gritty of arguments is a good thing to do, even if it takes hours and hours and hours of research. It's important to live your life with reason instead of giving in to these radicalized ideas. Especially when you take the time, it can be disproven unless you really want these narratives to be true. So, anyways, I think we shall call it a night, my friends. Unless you want to watch something short and not to do with thinking. Let's meta watch ourselves now. Tyler's got a crash. I know. See, I think I kind of want to crash as well. That's interesting. Cow hooves. Alright, yep, I'm gonna go chill. Well, it's been fun, great Saturday times, lots of learning today. Also, be careful with anti-trans narratives. They are pipelines to Nazi propaganda. We learned it the long way, okay? Careful now. And stand up for your fellow trans humans. Thank you all for joining me. And we will see you when we see you. We will be streaming again next Friday. I'll probably release some videos on Wednesday or throughout the week. We'll see how it goes. And until then, good night. Good night, Cassie. Thank you so much to our moderators. I think it was just Cassie tonight. Thank you so much for keeping our chat safe and everybody who came and participated and hung out. It was a pretty fun time. Loppy's in the chat. I didn't even have Loppy with me today. Meh. Ew. Yeah, I'm tired. Look at me. I got like bags under my eyes. All right. Good night, everybody. Have a good weekend, and we shall see you soon. Toodles.